Mithya tano tano kotambo sabaya. Mithya om hai mamta maya. Mithya raj joban tanmal. Mithya काम क्रोध विकराल. मिथ्या रथ हस्ती अस्वस्त्रा. मिथ्या रंग सांगे माया पे खे हसता. मिथ्या द्रोह मोह अभिमानो. मिथ्या आपस ऊपर करत गुमानो. आसथेरो भगत साध की शरण. नानक जापे जापे जीवै हरे के चरण. This is what we'll be going through today. मिथ्या श्रवण पर निंदा सुनहि. मिथ्या हसत पर दर्ब कौहे रहे. मिथ्या नेत्र पेखत पर त्रय रूपाद. मिथ्या रसना भोजन अनस्वाद. मिथ्या चरण पर बेकार कौतावह. मिथ्या मन पर लोभ लोभावह. मिथ्या तन नहीं पर उपकारा. मिथ्या बासुलेत बेकारा. बिन बूझे मिथ्या सब पे. सफल देह नानक हरे हरे नाम लय. बिन बूझे मिथ्या सब पे. सफल देह नानक हरे हरे नाम लय. जो बोले सोने हाल सत्य श्री अकाल. गुरबर काल. मिथ्या tano tano kotambo sabaya. So just going through last week. So mithya tano tano kotambo sabaya. Tano tatte naal body. Tano, talk about money right here. If this had a tippy on it right here, see it says tano. If the tada had a tippy on it, that would mean great. Without a tippy, it means money, wealth. Kotambo, family. Sabaya, all. Sarai, sab kuch. Everything's mithya, everything is false, everything is an illusion. Everything you see now is but not really here. It's a mithya. It's like a dream. Mithya, home, mamta, maya, ego, mamata. Ego and mamta are maya. So you could take it that from that perspective too. The maya of home, the maya of mamta. Or we can just take it individually as well. So maya. And then we could take it attachment to what? Not only other relationships, but our own home, our own desire to be on this earth, our own desire to want to leave a name for ourselves. That's all mithya. It's all mithya. So mithya home mamta maya. Mithya raj joban tanamal. So these raj, these kingdoms, to have raj over something is this can we can take this in different contexts as well. Are we trying to have a raj over someone else in our life? Are we trying to run someone else's life? Are we telling someone else how to live their life? Are we trying to have power over someone else? We can take a raj from that perspective, maybe. Jovan, this Giovanni, this youthfulness, this tan, this mal, this wealth that we've accumulated that we think is ours. And just changes hands. It's always been here, it's gonna stay here. Just changing hands for a bit. So youth, kingdoms, money, items of wealth, all mithya. All mithya. Mithya, Kam, Krodh, Bikaral. This Bikaral, Kam, and Krodh is fear causing, scary, monstrous, Kam and Krodh. Even this is Mithya. The fear of this is also Mithya. It's all Mithya. Mithya, Ratha, Hasti, Aswa, Aswa, Kode. So Hasti, Hati, Aswa, Kode, Bastra, clothes, Rath, chariot. So all these vehicles that we want, all these, the Hati, Kode can be translated to whatever you want right now. Utilizing our imagination, Vastra, all these clothes, all false. Times of change, Mithya, Ranga, Sange, Maya, Pekhe, Hasta. So that with love, Sangha with Ranga, having that, you know, with joy, with happiness, with your heart's desire and fulfillment, and you know, enjoying it until the man we think can be content is never content. You know, the more you meet with this, the more the desire increases. It doesn't decrease. You think it's going to go away, but it doesn't go away. And in fact, it increases. Mithya ranga sange maya pekhe hasta. So the individual that enjoys maya with laughter and has khedke is engrossed in it, all mithya. The person viewing maya with laughter and love is false. Mithya troh moho abhimano. So to steal something from someone, deceit, attachment, moho abhimano, ego once again, attachment to your own body. And we're going to be here. We want to be here for God knows how long. Stealing what doesn't belong to you, deceit from that perspective. Attachment of relationships. Oh man, I used to be close with this person. How come this not there anymore? How come that person walked away? I don't have closure. I want more information. I want mithya. Oh, mithya. Jalda. Time to move and do what's necessary. It's just mithya. It's just another distraction. Mithya. Apas upare kart guman. To have ego, apas upar, upon yourself. Oh, mithya. One's own beauty, one's own strength. I was born into this caste. I'm, you know, whatever sort of ego we want to put in there from whatever perspective, my education, my this, my that, all mithya. Because maybe right now you're born into this, you can be born into something else next time. Or before this, you were probably born into something very different. But asathero, there's something asthero. Asthero pagate, sadhaki saran, the saran of a sad, the saran of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Ji, the Shan of Maharaj, the sanctuary of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Ji, and the pagati, doing pagati in that sanctuary, Nanak jap jap jiva har ke chan. So falling in love with Maharaj Ji, forgetting Vaheguru and attaching to everything else is false. The body, family, your youth, money, items of wealth, Rajpag, Hathi Kode, clothes, everything. Panjapashi is staying and live in the sanctuary of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. And jape jiva, jape jina hana, by worshipping them with love. So Maharaj like a live by worshipping them, by worshipping Vaheguru Ji. I live in the sanctuary of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji by worshipping them with love. So prema bhakti karde hain Satguru Sahib Ji Gur Shabdan de mithe chan kavna cha Gur Amrit Pinni Deori nu jap jap ke Gur Prasad jiunda hai. mithya. And we're going to continue this trend. Now we're going to get to the organs pretty much. So Maharaj in this body is going to touch up on the organs. You know, Gyan Indre, Karm Indre, Gyan meaning the Indre, the organs of knowledge, of information, you know, touch, sights, like all that. And then Karm Indre, the things that we do karm with, you know, hands, feet, like that. So we're going to get into that now. Mithya, Sravan, Paraninda Sunahe. All right, let's get going. Mithya. Anyone come up with like really cool definitions of mithya? Personal definitions that you'd like to share? What mithya is? Right, mithya. Yeah, dead. Same. That's probably my favorite. Mithya. Something that is seen but is not there, like a mirage. Impermanent from the perspective that everything that is not true. Yeah. Illusion. Yeah. Nice. Zoom in even more. I feel like I'm so zoomed in, I can't even. Okay, more than that? More than that? A little bit more? You sure? Okay. Okay, cool. All right. So, ਝੂਠੇ, ਅਣਹੋਏ, ਨਾਸਵੰਤ, ਮਿਥਿਆ. Sravan. So if this was a full rara, we would say sarvan, right? But because it's a adda rara, sasse de pair de vich rara, I would say sravan, sravan. So instead of saying sarvan, we say sravan. Ear. We're going to be talking about both ears, but sravan, ear, kan. Par. Par means hor, other. Or prai. Punjabi de prai keh devange. Ninda, slander. Ninda. Ninda, chugli. Sonahe. Listen. To listen. Sonde. So sravan, ears. Paraninda, other slander. Sonhe, listen. Let's write in English first. False are those ears that forsake Gurbani and listen to the slander of others. So false are those ears that forsake Gurbani and listen to the slander of others. Or straight arth, you could even decrease this. False are those ears that listen to the slander of others. ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਭਲਾ ਜਣਾਉਣ ਐਕਸੈਟਰਾ ਐਕਸੈਟਰਾ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਜਸ ਸੁਣਨਾ ਤਿਆਗ ਕੇ ਪਰਾਈ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਨ, ਉਹ ਝੂਠੇ ਅਣਹੋਏ ਨਾਸਵੰਤ ਭੈੜੇ ਗੰਦੇ ਹਨ। ਸਿੱਕਾ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਨੇ, ਵੱਢਣੇ ਪੁੱਟ ਕੇ ਹੱਥ 'ਚ ਫੜਾ ਦੇਣੇ ਯੋਗ ਹਨ। So in this body, it gets kind of graphic. In the English, we don't write it as graphic, but it gets pretty graphic, right? Karan na sunhi naado, karan munde kalya, right? ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਸੁਣਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਚਣ ਦੇ ਉਪਾਅ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਹਨ। ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਮਾੜਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਮੰਦਾ ਸਮਝ ਕੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਨਾ ਕਰੇ, ਨਾ ਹੀ ਸੁਣੇ। ਕਰਨ ਨਾ ਸੁਣੇ ਕਾਹੂ ਕੀ ਨਿੰਦਾ, ਸਭ ਤੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਆਪ ਸਕੋ ਮੰਦਾ। ਉਹ ਤੇ ਸਕੋਲ ਕਮਾਇਆ, ਪਰ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਸੁਣੇ ਆਪ ਹਟਾਵੇ। Right? ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਜੀ, that last one. ਹੋ ਤੇ ਸਕੋਲ ਕਮਾਇਆ, ਪਰ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਸੁਣੇ ਆਪ ਹਟਾਵੇ। So those, I'm a sacrifice to those that if someone starts talking about someone else, they remove themselves from that situation. And then the beautiful Shabad, actually, the Shabad, Bhai Gurdas Ji expands on other aspects too. But yes. For those of you that understand this Punjabi version, like, it's pretty much like it's aggressive. You know, if you're doing slander of others, then yeah, there's no point of those ears. Mithya hasat par darb kau hai rahe. All right, mithya, hasat, and hath, par, other, parai, darb. Darb means dhan padarat, money, items of wealth, anything that's valuable. Darb, money. Call to or nu. Here, steal, choron. All right. So mithya, hasata, and paradarba, others' money, others' wealth, others' valuables, go to here, steal. False are the hands that steal what doesn't belong to them. So false are those hands that steal which does not belong to them. ਪਰਾਏ ਧਨ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਨੂੰ ਚੁਰਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਹੱਥ ਝੂਠੇ ਨਾਸਵੰਤ ਅਣ ਹੋਏ ਵੱਢਣੇ ਯੋਗ ਹਨ। ਪਰ ਤਰਿਆ ਰਾਵਣ ਜਾਹੇ ਸਈ ਤਾਂ ਲਾਜੀ ਇਹ ਨਿਤ ਪ੍ਰਤੇ ਹਿਰਹਿ ਪਰ ਦਰਬੋ ਛਿੱਦਰ ਕਤ ਢਾਕੀ ਇਹ। ਮਿਥਿਆ ਹਸਤ ਪਰ ਦਰਬ ਕੋ ਹਿਰਹਿ। False are in the hands that steal what doesn't belong to them. All right. Mithya netra pekhat partraya rupad. Mithya netra, eyes. Pekhat, dekhde, see or look. So netra, pekhat dekhde, see or look. Par, other. Par, treya, female. Istri, rupad, figure. Roop ade also means beauty, ade, etc. So we can say saroop ade in Punjabi. Rupade, rupad. So mithya netra pekhat patraya rupad. Punjabi. So jo janna मैं जो बन बांधतो सो होवत बिष्टा का जानतो. So in Jawani, Kumar Avastha cha, this individual ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਰਾਇਆ ਰੂਪ ਦ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਵਿਕਾਰ ਦ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਣ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ. So it starts looking at paraya roop, it starts looking at roop through lustful eyes. So, and then Pagaji gives the example of a moth, how it sort of kills itself on a lantern. So paraya roop te sarda rehda hai. This individual sort of like keeps burning himself by looking just through the eyes. And this habit just increases and increases and it increases. And this is some of the foundational causes of disease, of mental disease, sog, meaning depression and things of that nature. Jama de vas pai janda hai. And this is eventually leads to getting caught up in the, with Jamadut and them as well. So not only in this life, in different types of juna as well, as this individual makes his way through different juna, it gets caught up in roop, it gets caught up in others' beauty at that time as well. It's not just here right now. So because of this egotistical and vikari, these egotistical and vikari eyes, so these eyes are false. So the eyes that gaze upon others, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਰਾਈ ਇਸਤਰੀ ਦੇ ਸਰੂਪ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਆ, ਨੰਗੇਜ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਝੂਠੇ ਨਾਸਵੰਦ ਕੱਢਣੇ ਯੋਗ ਹਨ। ਨੈਣ ਨੈਣ ਨਾ ਦੇਖ ਹੈ ਸਾਧ ਸੇ ਨੈਣ ਬਿਹਾਲਿਆ, ਕਰ ਨਾ ਸੁਨਹੀ ਨਾਦੋ ਕਰਨ ਮੁੰਦੇ ਘਾਲਿਆ, ਰਸਨਾ ਜਪੈ ਨਾ ਨਾਮ ਤੇਲੋ तेलो कारे कटिया, हरे हाँ जब बिसरा गोबिंद राय दिनों दिनों कटिया. So like harsh upadesh here as well, right? From the perspective of nain nas dekhe sadh se nain behalya, like those eyes are worthless that don't look at a sadh. Karna sunhi naad karna munde kalya, ears worthless, rasna japana naam, that tongue that doesn't jap naam, til tilo karak should be cut. There's no point of that tongue. Jab bisra gobind rai dino katiya, as you're forgetting Gobind Rai, as you're forgetting Vaheguru, your days are getting less and less, right? Dino katiya. So false are those eyes that gaze upon the beauty of other women. Par ghar ja ke jehड़ा takda. False are those eyes. So false are those eyes that gaze upon the beauty of other women. So now this Upadesh here, we shouldn't take it from the perspective, oh, Maharaj is only talking to one gender here. No. Sanji Sakhi, Maharaj talks about Sanji Sagal Jahan hai. Upadesh Jo Varna Ko Sanja. Maharaj Upadesh is equal to everyone. But yes, it does says Partarya Rupa, and that does mean female. Here's another big one. Mithya Rasana Bhojan Answad. So Mithya Rasana, tongue, Rasana, Jiva. Bhojan, Bhojan is Bhojan, food. An, other, or. And swad means swad, swadnacha, different tastes. So mithya rasana, that rasana is mithya, is which one? Bhojan anaswad, the one that is false is that tongue that is at the mercy of various flavors, at the mercy of various tastes. सो मांस, नशे, तंबाकू, शराब, चाह, कॉफी, तेज मिठा, तेज कौड़ा पकवान, बेहे भोजन आदि हो रंगा रंगा दे स्वादां दे वसीकार, रसना झूठी नासवंत अणहोई वड्डणे योग है. So false is that tongue that is at the mercy of various flavors. Some of the flavors that are written here, I'll write it in English as well, right down here in brackets. Flavors of meat, intoxicants, sweet, spicy, oily foods. Behe padartha, meaning food that is not fresh. A tongue that is caught up in these, etc. and others. I think it was the Sakhi that comes, I think it's about the, not sure about the Kabir Sahib Ji, about the Farid Sahib Ji. So there was someone did a bhojan. So it's like kind of like a langar. Um, someone did it, and Bhagat Ji went there too. And so he was eating, and he asked for more salt. He's like, "Can I get some more salt in this, in the dal or whatever they had there?" And then so the person that was working there, the person that was hired to work there, the owner asked, the person that was hosting everyone asked, like, why didn't you put salt in there before or something? Or some conversation came up like that. She goes, oh, I didn't know if this guy was I thought he was a Saad. Like, I didn't know he was a Swadi. I didn't know he was like a person of taste. I thought he was a Saad. I didn't know this. Like, meaning that this bhojan was for Mahapurushas. This langar was for sadhus. And he's asking me for salt. Okay, I mean, I'll get it, but I didn't know that he cared about all that. And he became very vairagi at that point. Like, oh my God, what a great point. Like, I can't believe I just asked for salt while I was sitting here and eating. Mithya, rasana, bhojan, anaswad. You'll see that some of these guys, they won't eat anything with too much spice. They won't eat anything with masala. Very basic, bland type of food. So false is that tongue that is at the mercy of various flavors. Mithya, charn par bekar ko tav hai. Charan, feet, pair, par, other, praikar. So praikar meaning someone else's house besides your house, going into another household. Vikar, vikar. Ko, to, nu. Tavahe means to run. Daud de. ਸੋ ਜਿਸ ਨੀਚ ਦੇ ਪੈਰ ਪਰਾਏ ਘਰ ਵਿਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੌੜਦੇ ਹਨ, ਉਹ ਝੂਠੇ ਨਾਸਵੰਤ ਅਣਹੋਏ ਵੱਢਣੇ ਯੋਗ ਹਨ। ਜਾ ਕੋ ਠਾਕੁਰ ਉੱਚਾ ਹੋਈ, ਸੋ ਜਾਨੋ ਭਰ ਘਰ ਜਾਤ ਨਾ ਸੋਹੀ। The ones who have high, their talkers are high, they don't go to other houses. Meaning, false are those feet that run to the house of others with vikar, meaning adultery. They go there for the purpose of vikar. They go to par, other, parkar, other houses. Mithya, chan par vikar ko taab hai. All right. Mithya. Man, mind. Par, other, parai. Lob, greed. Lob. Loba, vahe. Lobaiman. And guys, how do you say this word? Well, I had it here. I actually looked this up.
Covetous.
Covetous?
Anji.
Covetous. Okay. Covetous. Loba vahe. Covetous. So mithya, man, par lob loba vahe. Man, par lob, others' greed, loba vahe, covetous. Lobaiman hunda. So false is that mind that covets the wealth of others. Punjabi ਚ ਅਨੰਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਦੇ ਪਸਾਰੇ ਚ ਅੰਤਰੇ ਲੋਭ ਫਿਰ ਹੈ ਹਲਕਾਏ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਲੋਭ ਦੇ ਹਲਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਚੋਰੀ ਡਾਕੇ ਭਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਤਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ, right? Because of this lob, so there's chori going on, dake going on. You got brothers up in arms with each other, against each other because of this greed. Desh, world wars and all that kind of stuff. Desh apo vichi jang kar rahe han. Dukh ਭੋਗ ਕੇ ਮਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ, ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੋਭ ਦੇ ਹਲਕ ਤੋਂ ਬਚਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਫਰਮਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ. So Guru Sahib Ji is stating this to help his Sikhs, to help his individuals come out of lobe. Hey pai, देन हार प्रभ छोड़ के लागे है न सोए आन सोए पराई धन पदारथ ਨੂੰ ਖੋਹਣ ਲਈ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਲੋਭ ਚ ਲੋਭਾਇਮਾਨ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਮਨ ਅਣਹੋਇਆ ਝੂਠਾ ਨਾਸ ਮੰਨਦਾ ਹੈ, right? So ਪਰਾਈ ਧਨ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਨੂੰ ਖੋਹਣ ਲਈ, to steal the wealth of others, ਲੋਭਾਇਮਾਨ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਮਨ, so the man that's caught up in all that, that is false, that is nasmanta. ਲੋਭ ਲਹਾਰੇ ਸਭ ਸੁਆਨ ਹਲਕ ਹੈ, ਹਲਕੇ ਉਹ ਸਭ ਹੈ ਬੇਗਾਰੇ. If some of you want to write this next part down, a touch advanced, but it's pretty cool. So par can also be translated to vishesh karke, like for sure kind of thing. So praita na padarth nu khon lay, see Bhagavaji's done here. Par he translated as parai, other. So others' wealth, others' items of wealth, in order to steal those. But then he also translated but as a vishesh karke, like without distinction, lobe, greed. Vishesh karke, like to put a special emphasis on. Par, vishesh karke, like special emphasis on the lobe, lobhav hai, lobhaiman. Oh, what does covetous mean? Yes, I actually had a note of that. I went through a few of these words, and this was the best word that we found for it. Having or showing a great desire to possess something belonging to someone else. So covetous, having or showing a great desire to possess something that belongs to someone else. So par lobh, lobhavahe, right? So it's not yours, but it's para. So the lobh is of paras, of someone else's stuff. That's why we use this word, covetous. So false is that mind that covets the wealth of others. All right. Mithya, tan, nahi paropakara. One of my favorite lines in Sukhmani Sahib, in Guru Granth Sahib Ji in general. This is where I get a lot of my inspiration. This is one of the lines that reoccurs and pops up in my mind every so often. And I believe this is another one of those principles of Sikhi. Well, as is this whole body, it's just, this is, what is Sikhi? How do you live Sikhi? Go through this body. These are some of the ways you abide by Sikhi. But this here, there are a couple sakhi on this. Mithyatana nahi paropakara. Paropakara means serving others, helping others. Found a word for that too, altruistic. So not having a regard for yourself, but helping others. Baba Kaneyaji reminds me of this. And there are other Sakya in our history that remind me of this. So there was a Mahapurush, Bhagaji writes, he writes two Sakya here. One of the Sakya he says is, there was a Mahapurush, he was pulling out a scorpion. Scorpion was being washed away into the water. And this Mahapurush would sort of keep pulling, like trying to help it out. And it would sort of like try to, bite at the Mahapurush, and the Mahapurush would release it, and then I'll try again. And I'll release it, I'll try again. And some guy came along and he watched it. He's like, why are you doing this? He's like, you're going to get injured. Let it go. And the Mahapurush goes, well, if this scorpion doesn't stop his sabha, if this scorpion doesn't stop his behavior, why would I stop mine? Why should I stop mine? This is the way, these are my principles, those are his principles, and let it be. It is what it is. Eventually took him out. And then another beautiful Sakhi is based on Sant Baba Atar Singh Ji Mastuan. And he was at Rishikesh, on one of the mountains in Rishikesh. And he did a lot of bandagi there. He did a lot of tap, a lot of vyas there, a lot of meditation there. He used to do Simran, he used to do Sukhmani. And his body became very skinny, just, didn't care about food, didn't care about diet. Like, it's just very tyagi, just gave up everything, mad abhyasi, hit everything, got japa jap, got nam, everything. Like he did it. Like he was there, he was doing his thing. He got to a point where it's like, what's the point of this body as well? Like, he just very, very deep meditating, very deep states. And then he lied down with a chadar. And then while he's lying down, he's doing Sukhmani Sahib. And a sher came at that time. A sher came, and they say the sher did a parakarma, and the sher sniffed Mahapurush's feet, bowed down, and the sher left. While he was doing this, while the sher was doing this, the pankti that was going on in Mahapurush's mouth at that time, or inside him, was this pankti: Mithya tanna nahi paropakara, mithya basulet bekara. This is where he was at that time. And then from there on, he went, and we all know Sant Baba Atar Singh Ji Mastwan. And did he ever do seva, in the sense of how many people became Amritari because of them? The amount of Tana Kirtan they did, they introduced all that to Sangat, right? So people don't understand Gurbani, we're going to make it really simple, and we're going to put the translations of Gurbani into sentences, and we're going to sing those sentences. How beautiful is that? Beautiful. So they did that. And then you'd hear he got people singing translations of Bani, right? Because he made it so easy for them to understand what it was, what Guru Sahib Ji was saying. So that's another Sakhi Bhagji writes about during this time, Mithyatana Nahi Paro, during this point in the Poti of these translations. And Bhagji repeats this line quite a bit as well. And I feel this too, like just going about my personal life, working and doing whatever we have to do, and surviving, and in the sense of like mortgages and cars and houses, whatever we're doing, right? Amongst all this, that's pretty cool. But until there's paropakar, I feel there's a huge lack. There's something missing, right? If there's no seva in life, I feel that life can become very empty very quick. So if you're not, my personal belief, if you're not serving others and helping them grow in their journey, then it's not worth it. You have to serve. Fulfillment is found in help. Fulfillment is found in meditation, yes. Fulfillment is also found in helping others reach their potentials. And I've seen that with the Bhagajis of the world, being around these guys, seen that with like some of these other Mahapurushas that I got to, just observe, and the way they work is their whole purpose is just benefiting others. That's their whole purpose. Their whole philosophy is based from this line here, I believe. Like they work from this perspective. No matter, you can make fun of them, you can hate them, you can do whatever to them, they're still going to come at you. They're still going to come to you with that same information, and they're going to plant a seed. Their job is to plant that seed. And that's what they're here to do. Paropokari aay, tere jan paropokari aay. And Se Kaneha, Baba Harnam Singh Rampur Kheda. Like they remind me of this as well, right? Their sole purpose of being here was just to take care of others. And they're like, this is currently like, Gyani Bhagavan saying, and I know he's still young, he's probably like 40 something, he's still young. But I look at people like this, and when I look at like a Gyani Bhagavan saying, I believe, and I don't know, obviously I could be wrong, but when I see someone like that, they're Behangam, they stayed with Gyani Mohan Singh Ji their whole life, the Gyani Mohan Singh Ji called them Tapaji, Mad Abhyasi, all the experiences they went through, they talk about some of their experiences, how they talk about a japa jap and all that kind of stuff. And but I see someone like that, and I believe their sole purpose of coming back was or is right now just to take care of us, people like this generation. And I truly believe that they're here to just make sure everything goes smooth during this phase that we're in right now. And so Mithyatana nahi paropakara. Snake in a fire at the end, but the snake stays true to their nature. Yeah. Stay true to mine. Yeah. Application of Gurbani. Serving others is in essence serving Guru Sahib. So mithya. Mithya, tan, body. Nahi, no. Paropkara, altruistic. Par means paraite, other. Upakar karna, to serve, to help. And Bhagaji, once again, like in the last translation, par he also translates as vishesh karke. So paraite vishesh karke paropakar, with concentrated effort. ਲੋਭੀ ਮਤਲਬੀ ਤਨ ਜੇ ਪਰਾਏ ਤੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇਸ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਅਣਹੋਇਆ ਝੂਠਾ ਮਿਰਤਕ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ ਮਰਦਾ ਹੈ. Why? Because if it doesn't do ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰ, it's dead. ਸਲੋਕ ਆਤੇ ਸੁੰਦਰ ਕੁਲੀਨ ਚਤੁਰ ਮੁਖ ਇਆਨੀ ਧਨਵੰਤ ਮਿਰਤਕ ਕਹੀਏ ਹੈ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਗਵੰਤ. False is that body which does not serve others. Here's a translation where I would change false to dead. I believe this is where fulfillment lies. It doesn't lie in money, doesn't lie in family, doesn't lie in having, you can have whatever you have. It could be, you can make money, a lot of money. Oh, it's not there. I believe it lies right here. Your own practice in this. And maybe this is what seva is then. All right. So false is that body which does not serve others. Mithya, bas, let, bekara. Mithya, baso, vashna, smell. Let, take, let, reha. Let, take, le reha, bekara. Vikar, vikara. ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਵਾਸ਼ਨਾ ਤਿਆਗ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਬਖਸ਼ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ ਦੇਨਹਾਰ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਛੋੜ ਕੇ ਲੱਗ ਹਨ ਸਵਾਏ ਚੰਦਨ ਕਪੂਰ ਕੇਸਰ ਸੈਂਟ ਨਾਲ ਸੁਗੰਧ ਸਰੀਰ ਤੋਂ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਵਾਸ਼ਨਾ ਲੈ ਰਿਹਾ ਨੱਕ ਮਿਰਤਕ ਹੈ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਵਾਸ਼ਨਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਦਿਲ ਚ ਲੈ ਰਿਹਾ ਭਾਵ ਵਿਕਾਰ ਦਿਲ ਚ ਵਸਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜੀਵ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਹੈ two separate things right जितना चिर विषय वासना है उतना चिर कड़कन लग रही है विकार means vikar that we went through this. It's a good question. What does vikar mean? Anyone want to try this? It means many things. It means काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मोह, hankar, the mindset of all this. I wonder if we translated this once and then we just stuck to vikar after that, right? Habits, that more one away, that move one away from Vaheguru Ji. Attachments to false. Yes. Attachment to falseness. Habits that move one away from Vaheguru Ji. Yes. Demerits or flaws. Of vices, yes. Kam, kro, lo, moh, ka, rupi vices. Slander, ninda, chugli, paraya, roop. Beautiful. So, false is that nose lost in the smell of vikar. Let me see something, vikar. Vikara. Let's see what this. Dr. Gurchan Singh Ji. So yeah, so his second arth is, Dr. Gurchan Singh's second artha is Kam, Kro, Lo, Mo, Ade, Vikar, etc. Vikars. Bekar, Nikammi, Nirarthak, Vikar, Burayanya, Tabdili, Parivartana. Let me type in just Vikar with a Vava. So Dr. Khan, okay, Pai Khan Singh is saying look at Bakar with a Babba. Okay, we'll go back to that. But ਸੁਭਾਵ ਦਾ ਬਦਲ ਕੁਦਰਤੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਦਾ ਬਦਲ ਕੇ ਹੋਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਖੋਟੇ ਕਰਮਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਛਾ. So even the desire for ਖੋਟੇ ਕਰਮ, ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਵਾਸ਼ਨਾ, ਖੋਟੇ ਕਰਮ, ਮਾੜੇ ਖਰਾਬ ਵਿਅਰਥ, ਮਾੜੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ, yeah, even thoughts that are like that are ਮਾੜੇ, ਮੰਦ ਭਾਵਨਾ, desires, ਬੁਰਾਈਆਂ, your actions. And with a B, let's see what is with a B. The car. ਬਦਲ ਜਾਣਾ ਹੋਰ ਸ਼ਕਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਣਾ ਤਬਦੀਲੀ change, okay. Bakar here. Second arth by Khan Singh Ji describes as disease. Third, Kam Krodh Adik Bakar. Jeev de karma das. Fifth arth, sinful actions. Paap karm. Oh yeah, I remember this up here. So Atma di supavak adolta to nive valvale vich kam ade rasam vich on di halat. So that state, we did translate this before, that state that where one leaves the steadiness of the soul and comes to a lower level of calm and etc. Other desires. So that falling of the mind is vikar. pop as well. Yeah, things like that. Ab. Yeah, some of that. So mithya baso let bikara. So false is that nose that is lost in the smell of vikar. Okay, now let's go antari with this artha a little bit deeper. Second artha. The individual smelling vikar in the heart, meaning allowing vikar in the heart itself, is false. So playing with vikar in the mind, in the heart, allowing it, thinking about it there, yeah, being present with it there. So the individual smelling vikar in the heart, meaning allowing the vikar to be present in the heart, letting it ruminate, all that is false. That person is false. Mithya, basulet bikara. All right. So the individual smelling vikar in the heart, allowing vikar in the heart is false. May not here, false is that nose lost in the smell of vikar. Beno bujje, mithya sab pe. Beno, without, bina. Bujje. Bujje means to guess. But in this context, it means to obey. So guessing, but obeying in this context. Bujje pav manne. Heart and mind, same thing. Vikar in the mind, you can say that. Just wrote heart there. Dil de vich jehdi gall leke auni hai. Or you can say man de vich leke auni hai. You can say both. You use them interchangeably from time to time. Dil, man. Although, I guess, I wonder if Dil is more of a place where a different part of the man, maybe. I don't know. That's a whole area we would have to open up a little bit more. So mithya, false, naswant. Sab, all. Pe, become, ho rahe. Benu bujje, mithya sab pe. So without bujjing, I was using bujjing, good word, right? Mithya sab pe. All right, Punjabi it up first. Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji Kal Jog Jaha Jo Arj Jono Guru Sagal Sare Sate Lag Betar Ho Ji Farmaunde Han Par Ninda Sun Rahe Kan Paraye Dhan Nu Churaun Wale Hath Par Triya Roop Dekhan Wale Netar Naam Ras To Bina Ho Rasan Ch Lagiyan Rasana Ho Rasan Ch ਲੱਗੀਆਂ ਰਸਨਾ ਪਰ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਭੱਜਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਪੈਰ ਪਰਾਏ ਪਦਾਰਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਲੁਭਾਇਮਾਨ ਹੋਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਨ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਉਪਕਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਹੀਣ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਵਾਸ਼ਨਾ ਚ ਸੜ ਰਹੇ ਸਭ ਜੀਵ ਇੰਦਰੇ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਸੱਚੇ ਗੁਰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਬੁਝੇ ਭਾ ਮੰਨੇ ਬਿਨ ਨਾਸਵੰਤ ਝੂਠੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ। ਬਿਨ ਬੂਝੇ ਪशु की न्यायी ਭਰਾਮੇ ਮੋਹ ਬਿਆਪਿਓ ਮਾਇਆ। So writing this in two parts. The second part is the arth. The first part is, you can say it's the arth as well. I'll just put in brackets. Ears listening to slander. Kind of a summary of what we're doing. Ears listening to slander. Hands stealing others' wealth. Eyes gazing upon the beauty of other women. The tongue lost in various flavors. Feet running to other homes' adultery. The mind coveting others' wealth, the body that does not serve others. So without understanding and obeying Guru Sahib Ji's command, all these people, all these sensory organs are false. So binubuje, so without obeying, binubuje, without understanding, without obeying, mithya, sabpe, all these are mithya. Sub, what sub are we talking about? Well, these mans that are caught up in these ears, these feet, these organs, these eyes, the smells, like all the sensory organs that are caught up in these. We're talking about all these things. Sab mithya, mithya sab pe. They're all false. Here's the key. Binubuje, without understanding and obeying. So binubuje, without this, it's all false. Key ingredient right here. Because this is what teaches us what to do with our sensory organs. This is what teaches us what to do with our karmendri, what to do with our hands, what to do with our feet. Without understanding or obeying Guru Sahib Ji's command, all these people, all their mans, their sensory organs are false. Safal beha nanak hare hare naam le. It can be safal, can be fulfilled, can be accomplished. What can be safal? The deh, the body. Nanak, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. Punjabi, write whatever you feel like about Panjay Pashahi. So this time we just wrote Kala Joge Jaha Jo Arjuna Guru. So the boat of Kala Jog, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji, that can sit in and it swim across this world ocean. Any pankti that talks about controlling your thoughts. So you could be thinking about vices as well and not actually acting on them. Yeah, it could be. So, I mean, I think that's more of a discussion sort of question. Any panktiyan? There are so many panktiyan that talk about yeah, Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Ahankar, and all these vices in the sense of how to control them. Yeah, very deep question. Definitely a conversation question. Yeah, if anyone would want to talk about that, I mean, we can. We're almost done this. If you want to talk about that, we can definitely talk about that. Hare Vaheguru, Hare Vaheguru, Naam, Naam, Lay. Lay means to take. In this context, it means to do or to say. Japke. To lay Naam. Hare Hare Naam. So English first, I'll write it out as the body becomes fulfilled, it becomes safal, the deh becomes safal. How? Hare Hare Naam lay. By Gur Prasade Japing Naam. ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਮ ਜਪ ਕੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੰਗਤਾ ਆਦਿ ਸਮੂਹ ਦੋਸ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਗ ਕੇ ਦੇਹ ਸਫਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਇਹ ਦੇਹੀ ਸਨੇਹੀ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਦੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਯਥਾ ਭਈ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੇ ਮਾਨੁਖ ਦੇ ਹੋਰੀਆ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਮਿਲਣ ਕੀ ਇਹ ਤੇਰੀ ਬਰੀਆ ਆਵਰੇ ਕਾਜ ਤੇਰਾ ਕਿਤੈ ਨ ਕਾਮ ਮਿਲੋ ਸਾਧ ਸੰਗਤ जो केवल नाम आया सफल ताहू को गनिया जासो रसन हारे हारे जासो पनिया. Right? So those that came, only they are safal. Tahu ko ganiya, count those. Aya safala, coming, fulfilled. Tahu ko ganiya, them, to ganiya, count. So count those as safal. Count those that have come as safal. Who? Jaso rasana. The ones that have Vaheguru Ji's jaso, praise on their rasan, on their tongue. Hare, Hare, jaso paniya. And they keep repeating the jas of Hare, Hare, Vaheguru, Vaheguru. Their aya, their coming is safal. Fulfilled. So the body becomes fulfilled by Gur Prasad, repeating Naam. Safala Deha Nanak Hare Hare Naam Lay. This was our session for today. I'm going to stop the recording. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰੁ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤਿ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੋ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਸਲੋਕ ਦੇਨਹਾਰੋ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਛੋੜੇ ਕੈ ਲਾਗਹਿ ਆਨ ਸੁਆਏ ਨਾਨਕ ਕਹੂ ਨ ਸੀਜੇ ਬਿਨੁ ਨਾਵੈ ਪਦ ਜਾਏ ਅਸਟਪਦੀ ਦਸ ਵਸਤੂ ਲੈ ਪਾਛੈ ਪਾਵੈ ਏਕ ਬਸ ਤੋ ਕਾਰਨ ਬੇਖੋਟ ਗਵਾਵੈ ਏਕ ਭੀ ਨ ਦੇ ਦਸ ਭੀ ਹਿਰ ਲੈ ਤੋ ਮੂੜਾ ਕਹੋ ਕਹਾ ਕਰੇ ਜਿਸੋ ਠਾਕੁਰ ਸਿਓ ਨਾਹੀ ਚਾਰਾ ਤਾਕੋ ਕੀਜੈ ਸਦ ਨਮਸਕਾਰਾ ਜਾ ਕੈ ਮਾਨੇ ਲਾਗਾ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਮੀਠਾ ਸਰਬ ਸੁਖ ਤਾਹੂ ਮਨ ਬੂਠਾ ਜਿਸੋ ਜਨ ਆਪਣਾ ਹੁਕਮ ਮਨਾਇਆ ਸਰਬ ਥੋਕ ਨਾਨਕ ਤਿਨ ਪਾਇਆ ਅਗਨਤ ਸਾਹੋ ਆਪਣੀ ਦੇ ਰਾਸੇ ਖਾਤ ਪੀਤ ਬਰਤੈ ਆਨੰਦ ਉਲਾਸੇ ਆਪੁਨੀ ਅਮਾਨ ਕਾਛੋ ਬਹੁਰ ਸਾਹੋ ਲੈ ਅਗਿਆਨੀ ਮਨ ਰੋਸੋ ਕਰੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਤੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਖੋਵੈ ਬਹੁਰੇ ਉਸ ਕਾ ਵਿਸਵਾਸ ਨ ਹੋਵੈ ਜਿਸ ਕੀ ਬਾਸਤ ਤਿਸ ਆਗੈ ਰਾਖੈ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੀ ਆਗਿਆ ਮਾਨੈ ਮਾਥੈ ਉਸ ਤੇ ਚੌਗੁਣ ਕਰੈ ਨਿਹਾਲੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬੋ ਸਦਾ ਦਇਆਲੋ ਅਨੇਕ ਭਾਂਤ ਮਾਇਆ ਕੇ ਹੇਤ ਸਰ ਪਰ ਹੋਵਤ ਜਾਨੋ ਅਨੇਤ ਬਿਰਖ ਕੀ ਛਾਇਆ ਸਿਓ ਰੰਗ ਲਾਵੈ ਉਹ ਬਿਨਸੈ ਉਹ ਮਾਨੇ ਪਛਤਾਵੈ ਜੋ ਦਿਸੈ ਸੋ ਚਾਲਨਹਾਰੋ ਜੋ ਦਿਸੈ ਸੋ ਚਾਲਨਹਾਰ ਲਪਟ ਰਹਿਓ ਤਹਾਂ ਦੰਦਾਰੋ ਬਟਾਉ ਸਿਓ ਜੋ ਲਾਵੈ ਨੇਹ ਤਾ ਕਉ ਹਾਥ ਨ ਆਵੈ ਕੇਹ ਮਨ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸੁਖਦਾਈ ਕਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਆਪ ਲੈ ਲਾਈ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਤਾਨੋ ਤਾਨੋ ਕੁਟੰਬੋ ਸਬਾਇਆ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਹਉਮੈ ਮਮਤਾ ਮਾਇਆ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਰਾਜ ਜੋਬਨ ਧਨ ਮਾਲ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਕਾਮ ਕ੍ਰੋਧ ਬਿਕਰਾਲ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਰਥ ਹਸਤੀ ਅਸਵਾ ਬਸਤਰਾ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਰੰਗ ਸੰਗ ਮਾਇਆ ਪੇਖੇ ਹਸਤਾ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਤ੍ਰੋਹ ਮੋਹ ਅਭਿਮਾਨੋ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਆਪਸ ਊਪਰ ਕਰਤ ਗੁਮਾਨ ਵਸ ਥੇਰੋ ਭਗਤ ਸਾਧ ਕੀ ਸਰਨ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਾਪੇ ਜਾਪੇ ਜੀਵੈ ਹਰਿ ਕੇ ਚਰਨ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਸ਼ਰਵਨ ਪਰ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਸੁਨਹਿ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਹਸਤ ਪਰ ਦਰਬ ਕਉ ਹਿਰਹਿ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਨੇਤਰ ਦੇਖਤ ਪਰ ਤਰਿਆ ਰੂਪਾਨ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਰਸਨਾ ਭੋਜਨ ਸਵਾਦ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਚਰਨ ਪਰ ਬੇਕਾਰ ਕਉ ਧਾਵਹਿ, ਮਿਥਿਆ ਮਨ ਪਰ ਲੋਭ ਲੁਭਾਵਹਿ, ਮਿਥਿਆ ਤਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰਾ, ਮਿਥਿਆ ਤਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰਾ, ਮਿਥਿਆ ਤਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰਾ, ਮਿਥਿਆ ਬਾਸੁ ਲੇਤ ਬਿਕਾਰਾ, ਬਿਨ ਬੂਝੇ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਸਭ ਭਏ, ਸਫਲ ਦੇਹ ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰਿ ਹਰਿ ਨਾਮ ਲਏ। ਅੱਜ we'll be going through this body here, sixth body. ਬਿਰਥੀ ਸਾਕਤ ਕੀ ਆਰਜਾ, ਸਾਚ ਬਿਨਾ ਕਹ ਹੋਵਤ ਸੂਚਾ, ਬਿਰਥਾ ਨਾਮ ਬਿਨਾ ਤਨਵੰਦ, ਮੁਖ ਆਵਤ ਤਾਕੈ ਦੁਰਗੰਧ, ਬਿਨੁ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦਿਨੁ ਰਹਿਨ ਬ੍ਰਿਥਾ ਬਿਹਾਏ, ਮੇਘ ਬਿਨਾ ਜੋ ਖੇਤੀ ਜਾਏ, ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਭਜਨ ਬਿਨੁ ਬ੍ਰਿਥੇ ਸਭ ਕਾਮ, ਜਿਉ ਕਿਰਪਨ ਕੇ ਨਿਰਾਰਥ ਦਾਮ, ਧਾਨੇ ਧਾਨੇ ਤੇ ਜਨ ਜਿਹ ਘਾਟੇ ਬਸਿਓ ਹਰਿ ਨਾਉ, ਨਾਨਕ ਤਾ ਕੈ ਬਾਲੇ ਬਾਲੇ ਜਾਓ, ਸੇ ਕਿਨੇਹਿਆ ਭੇਦੁ ਨ ਜਾਣਹੁ ਮੂਲ ਸਾਈਂ, ਜਿਹਾ ਜਿਨਾ ਨ ਵਿਸਰੈ ਨਾਮੁ ਸੇ ਕਿਨੇਹਿਆ, ਭੇਦੁ ਨ ਜਾਣਹੁ ਮੂਲ ਸਾਈਂ, ਜਿਹਾ 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 ਰਹਿਣੀ ਰਹੈ ਸੋਈ ਸਿੱਖ ਮੇਰਾ, ਹੋ ਠਾਕੁਰ ਮੈਂ ਉਸ ਕਾ ਚੇਰਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਸਿੱਧ ਸਭਾ ਕਰ ਆਸਣ ਬੈਠੇ ਸੰਤ ਸਭਾ ਜੈਕਾਰੋ, ਤਿਸ ਵਾਗੈ ਹਰਾਸ ਹਮਾਰੀ ਸਾਚਾ ਪਰਵਾਰੋ, ਮਸਤਕ ਕਾਟ ਧਰਿ ਦਿਸ ਵਾਗੈ ਤਨ ਮਨ ਆਗੈ ਦੇਉ, ਨਾਨਕ ਸੰਤ ਮਿਲੈ ਸਚ ਪਾਈਐ, ਸਹਜ ਭਾਇ ਜਸ ਲਿਓ, ਕਿਆ ਪਵਿਐ ਸਾਚੇ ਸੂਚਾ ਹੋਏ, ਸਾਚ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਬਿਨ ਮੁਕਤਿ ਨ ਕੋਇ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਕਵਨ ਤੁਮੇ ਕਿਆ ਨਾਉ ਤੁਮਾਰਾ, ਕੌਣ ਮਾਰਗ ਕੌਣ ਸੁਆਉ, ਸਾਚ ਕਹੋ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹਮਾਰੀ, ਹਉ ਸੰਤ ਜਨਾ ਬਲ ਜਾਓ, ਸਬਦ ਗੁਰੂ ਸੁਰਤਿ ਧੁਨ ਚੇਲਾ, ਮੂੰਦ ਲਿਏ ਦਰਵਾਜੇ, ਵਾਜੀਅਲੇ ਅਨਹਦ ਵਾਜੇ, ਧੁਨ ਮਹਿ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਿਆਨ ਮਹਿ ਜਾਣਿਆ, ਧੁਨ ਮਹਿ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਿਆਨ ਮਹਿ ਜਾਣਿਆ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਤੁਹੀ 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 ਤੁਹੀ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਤੁਝ ਬਿਨੁ ਕਵਨੁ ਹਮਾਰਾ, ਮੇਰੇ ਪ੍ਰੀਤਮ ਪ੍ਰਾਨ ਆਧਾਰ, ਤੁਝ ਬਿਨੁ ਕਵਨੁ ਹਮਾਰਾ, ਮੇਰੇ ਪ੍ਰੀਤਮ ਪ੍ਰਾਨ ਆਧਾਰ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। हम पहले तुम उजल करते, हम मैले तुम उजल करते, हम निर्गुण तू दाता, हम निर्गुण तू दाता, हम निर्गुण तू दाता, निर्गुण तू दाता, हम मूर्ख तुम चतुर सियाने, हम मूर्ख तुम चतुर सियाने, तू सर्व कला का ज्ञाता माधो, हम ऐसे तू ऐसा, हम ऐसे तू ऐसा माधो, हम ऐसे तू ऐसा, हम ऐसे तू ऐसा माधो, हम ऐसे तू ऐसा, हम ऐसे तू ऐसा माधो, हम ऐसे तू ऐसा। वाहे गुरु, वाहे गुरु, वाहे गुरु, वाहे गुरु। आप जपाए जपै सो नाम, आपे गावाए सो हरे गुण गाओ। वाहे गुरु, वाहे गुरु। मैं मूर्ख की केतक बात है, कोटे पराधी तरियारे, जिमी जमान के बिखैस मस्त एक जोत है, न काट है न बाढ़ है, न काट बाढ़ होत है। वाहे गुरु, 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 वाहे गुरु। ज्ञान त्यान गो कर्म न जाना, नाहि न निर्मल करणी, साध संगत गए अंचल लाभ हो, बिखम नदी जाय तरणी। वाहे गुरु, वाहे गुरु, वाहे गुरु, वाहे गुरु। ज्ञान ध्यान कुछ कर्म न जाना, सार न जाना तेरी, सब ते वड्डा सतगुरु नानको, जिन कल राखी मेरी। वाहे गुरु, वाहे गुरु। मिथ्या श्रवण पार निंदा सुनहे, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਨ ਪਰਾਇਆਂ ਦੀ ਨਿੰਦਿਆ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਉਹ ਵਿਅਰਥ ਹਨ, ਮਿਥਿਆ ਹਨ। What ears are Maharaji talking about? Listening to Nindya of others. This, yeah, our ears that listen to Nindya. That's what we did last week, just reviewing is Mithya, Saravana, Paraninda Sunahe. The ears that listen to slander of others, Nindya of others. That's one way. Another, maybe a little bit deeper, we can take this when the man does vichar, does dialogue internally, and is listening to the flaws of others internally, and is judging the flaws of others, take it to a level of judgment. And we're not being nirlep at that point. And this is where we start judging and we manipulate our man. And from a Gurmat standpoint, we take it into a Manmat standpoint. That manipulation that takes place, very subtle internal dialogue that takes place, that mithya, that is mithya. Those ears that listen inside there are mithya. Mithya saravana paraninda sonahe. Mithya hasta paradar bakauhe rahe. The hands that take what doesn't belong to them are worthless. They're dead. There's no point of these hands. But also what we steal from our man perspective, what doesn't belong to us. Oh man, man para loba loba. I wish I had that. Man, that's so beautiful. That person has that. Why did that person get that? How come I don't have this? How come I don't have that? You're taking what doesn't belong to you, even from the perspective of a very detailed perspective of the mana, the sutra mana. It's very subtle. The taking from there is worthless, it's beyond. Mithya netar pekhatabhartarya rupad. Yes, looking at the opposite gender or any sort of attraction, same gender, any attraction, whatever you're attracted to. Mithya netar, you're talking about a female body. You're looking at the opposite. You're looking, well, from male perspective, you're looking at the opposite gender, and then those eyes are there. But not only that, if we dive deep into ourselves, past relationships, the beauty of others, even when they're not around. The man is very chancha. The man is like it's about rupiah, right? It's the fastest thing ever invented, the man, right? It could go from here to India in a matter of microseconds, not even in an instant, it could be present wherever it needs to be. Hence Siddhinga, right? Siddhinga is just very focused in your practice. Maybe actually, I don't know, I'm assuming just very focused in your practice that you can actually, with your man, you want to go to Darbar Sahib, go visit Darbar Sahib, right? So mithya, netar, pekhata, patarya, rupa, even internally looking at anything like that, it's all mithya, man. There's no point, man. Oh, you know what this does? All these things, what they do is they take us away from our goal, right? They take us away from falling in love. Yes, huge vices, huge Mahabalis, right? They're not just warriors, they're great. These are great warriors that reside within us. And this is our battle, right? Our battleground is internal right now. External as well. But it's internal right now inside our minds. And it's these Mahabalis, the Kams, the Krodhs, the Lobhs, the Mohs, the Ahankars, and their warriors that follow along with them. And what do we have? Well, we have our weaponry too, right? Gribi gada hamari, khanna sagalare no chari sauge koi, natekavekari. Gribi, humbleness is our gada, is our mace, right? Is our weapon, right? Isage koi natekavekari. No vikar can stand in front of humbleness, this mace of humbleness, this weaponry of humbleness, nothing can stand in front of it. Shabda Satguru Sur mein baya ban jo ek lagad hi par parya parya kale je chek, the arrows of Shabda, we Maharaj gives us. This is our weaponry, right? This is our weapon. This is what we fight with. We fight against Vikars. We fight with Shabda. Gorka Sabda, Kata, Kod Karma. And Shabda is so powerful, the weaponry of Shabda is so powerful that it can cut crorang, millions of karma, right? And different types of karmas. There are some karma that we're dealing with right now. Maharaj gives us, I believe, what we're able to handle in this life, and we deal with them. Because if all the karmas came to play in this, how many ever years we have these bodies, it would be too much to handle, right? Because we've been separated for many lives, right? It's not just this what's happening right now. We've been right? For many lives, the separation that's taking place. Shabad is the one that reunites us, right? So we have to fight these vikars, and once the vikars sort of get less and less and less, dissipate, and they start dying off, or they start coming in the control of us, and we can utilize them when we want to use them. Like, for example, anger can be turned into biras, right? If need be, and beat us in the internal battlefield as well. Like, you know what? I'm not going to be down today. I can't swear right now. I'm sorry. But I'm not going to be down today. And I'm going to battle inside, and we're gonna see. Let's go. Like, let's battle, right? Like, these gods are coming and attacking me. I'm gonna kill my body through exercise, first of all. So all this calm and this growth, that's all this anxiety and this pent-up energy I've built up, I'm going to release it physically through what Maharaj is huge on taking care of your body, right? Physical fitness. So I'm going to do that. And then once the body is kind of weakened and it's tired and it's exhausted, then I'm going to bring the man. I'm going to throw the shabd in the man as well. And I'm going to take over from that perspective, right? So physically, you're exhausting the body. You're getting into a state of relaxation after it sort of fails. You exhaust the muscles, gets into a state of exhaustion. And then once mind's not going to be wandering at that point. Then you bring Shabd in into the man, or you bring it in before, depending on your day where you're setting that particular time, right? Mithya Rasna Pujan Anaswad. Huge warrior. This is one of the greatest warriors I've ever dealt with, I've ever seen. I haven't seen anyone beat this warrior. I mean, except except Apagaji, honestly, man. I've seen that guy. The way he eats, he doesn't eat for taste, man. That guy eats for health, like straight health. And he says if I knew some of this stuff when I was younger, I would have been like way more healthier. Because I never had this information, this knowledge that we shouldn't be waking up in the morning and eating mathai, because they used to go from pen to pen, do katha here, do katha there. And then Sangat's obviously going to give them the best of the best. So they're giving them jalebiyan, they're giving them mathaiyan, they're giving them like all this samosas. They're like, I was like, we didn't know, man. We didn't know we shouldn't be eating this. We found out later in life. And he goes, so now, yeah, if I knew, that would have been different. He started working out a little bit later in life as well, I believe. So this taste, and this is extremely hard. I'm on a 21-day detox right now myself. I'm going through this plan just to cleanse the body, and can't have dairy on this either. And that's extremely hard, right? Like the tongue asks for flavor, right? Is asking for flavor, merchan, spices, something. Even ketchup is asking for. And so these are some of the battles. But once again, when Nam Ras starts flowing, this Ras of the tongue, of taste, of food gets less and less and less, right? But once again, it's all a journey. It's all on the path. Mithya charn par bekar kota rahe. Those feet that run towards a car. Or how do you move without feet? Well, the man moves without feet, right? The man is very fast. So the man going into past relationships, the man going into places it shouldn't be going, and flowing and doing his vakari things. But once again, if your man is doing that, that's okay. Like don't get even more angry with yourself and curl up into a ball and saying, oh man, this I can't gonna. No, that's not what we do. It does that. Laugh at it. All right, we're coming. Like, I'm coming. The Shabd is coming. That's, yeah, maybe you're winning this round. Like, we're not going away, right? We're bringing Shabd back. Let's go. Let's hit him up again. So mithya charn par bekar kota vahe. Mithya man par lob loba vahe. Coveting the wealth of others and their material and what they have. And I wish I had that, man. And, why did they get that? It's like this whole Astpadi is talking about, not being grateful for what we have, and looking, you take 10 things and then you want the 11th as well, right? So it's like not being satisfied in what we have. And obviously in certain things, like, we got to push ourselves and strive to be the best in, in our occupations and whatever we do, physical fitness and anything we sort of, put our energy towards, it should be 110%, right? Like, that's how Maharaj lived, right? Like, how many languages did Maharaj know? How many instruments did Maharaj play? What kind of physical shape was Maharaj in? Even Guru Nanak Dev said Maharaj, man. I know they have all these pictures showing to be a little bit heavier later on. The man walked how many? Like, probably walked the most in this world, right? Like, you telling me someone like, and they eat when they found food, and they didn't care about food. It's all about shabd, like, mardana virvav chakab bani hai, pick up the rabav bani has come, let's sing. Like, that was their joy, that was their desire, that was their taste. And food, yeah, they ate when they got food, but they walked a lot, man. Mithya karna nahi paropakara. I come here to this point and everything freezes for me, everything stops for me. Mithya karna nahi paropakara. If the body is not in seva of Maharaj, it is worthless. This body, this 40-year-old body, if it's not in the service of others, if it's not in the seva of Simran, if it's not in the seva of
translations, if it's not in the seva of writing, if it's not in the seva of the world, there's no point of this. If it's not lost in Shabda, that's not its purpose, right? It's here for Ayo Sunan Paran Ko Bani. The only reason this thing is here is to listen and to read Bani and to merge back with the one and fall in love. And then do seva, right? Like, you talk to Pagadi and these guys, like, yeah, I'm coming back to do seva. They prioritize seva over even their own Bhakti, right? They're like, yeah, I can, sit, could have plenty of time to sit and do our own thing, but right now the other things need to be accomplished and other things need to be done. And so they put a lot of effort into others, right? Teaching others, and others teach others. And so I took Janak Singh to one of these Punjabi classes. And there was a young girl teaching there, and so I was talking to her, and she said, she learned from one of Pagaji's students, and she said, when I asked Pagaji, one of those students, like, what is it that you want? Like, do I pay you something for this? Should I pay you the money for this? Or, you're teaching me Samkhya. And that student said, no, I don't want any money, but what I want you to do is, I want you to pass this information along. And now she's teaching, and she's teaching Janak, right? So I thought, wow, man, like, that's so cool. Like, someone that maybe would have just learned and just maybe dove into themselves and just practice their own thing. They're coming out, and she has so many students now that she's teaching, and that seed that's spreading, it's beautiful to see. Mithya, Basolet Vikara. So the Vashana of Vikar, that's all Bharat as well. Vinubhuje Mithya Sape, without understanding Maharaj's will, everything is false. The sensory organs, the pleasures out of them, it's all Bharat. Mithya Sape. So all our sensory organs. And what is Maharaj? Eko Naam Hukam. What is Hukam? What is command? Eko Naam Hukam. Command is to jap Naam. That's command upon command. Biggest command there ever is. Command is to jap Naam. Right? Har ko naam jape nirmal karam. Sarva dharma sreshtam. The biggest religion of all religions is to jap Naam and do good deeds, right? Har ko naam jape nirmal karam. Do parapkar and do abhyas. Biggest religion of all religions. Safal deh nanaka har hare naam le. And then your body becomes pure. How does it become pure? Gur prasad. It becomes pure, it becomes fulfilled by hare hare naam le. So we're starting here today. So everyone pull out everything, our pages and everything, get ready to write. Birthi sakataki aapya. Birthi. Birthi means nikammi, madi, worthless, of no use. Birthi, vyartha. Sakata. A cynical person when it comes to Vaheguru. Someone that's an atheist, someone that's a Gurdrohi, someone that's a Akirtakan. Akirtakan means if you eat in from someone and then you don't value them, you have no respect for them, you have no value for them, you call them Akirtakan. Vaheguruji gives us everything. Vaheguruji gives us food, Vaheguruji gives us everything. And we don't value Vaheguruji in return, we are Kirtakan. Ki. Ki da arth hai ki or av. Arja, a beautiful word, Arja. Arja means age, Umar. नास्तिक गुरद्रोही किरतकान दी उमर निकम्मी है ना बिना नकटे नर देखो तेन कासे कासे नाक वडी जै कबीर साग तो ऐसा है जैसी लसन की खाने कोने बैठे खाइए प्रगट होए निदान कबीर साकत संग न कीजिए दूर पर भागे बासनो कारो परसिए तो का चुल्ला को लागे दाग A cynical person's life is worthless. Cynical, once again, a person that doesn't believe in Vaheguru and Akiratakana. Someone that doesn't value someone else's parapkar for them, someone else's sacrifice for them. For example, a worldly example, if our parents slave over us and provide us everything we need, work in multiple jobs, etc., and we turn around and we don't value them, that we would be known as Akiratakans. Or any sort of example like that, you know. So if someone's going and working and the other partner doesn't appreciate that, or someone is raising kids and the other partner doesn't appreciate that, all that kind of stuff. Birthi sakat ki yaad. In this case, Akirtakan Gurdrohi Nastak. Nastak means straight atheist. Pagadi wrote here, atheist. Or the one that who hates upon gurus, Guru Sahib, Gurdrohi. All right. Sach bina kaha hovat sucha. Sach, you guys know what that means. Sach, truth, bina, without. Kaha, kidda, how. It's a question. Hovat, hovega, become. Sucha, pure. Sucha, sucha. Sach bina Sach to bina kaha, how hovat becomes sucha pure, sucha. Satguru Sahib ji di sachi sarvyapi sharan pੈ ਕੇ ਸਾਚ ਨਾਮ ਜਪੇ ਜਪਾਏ ਧਿਆਏ ਮੰਨੇ ਕਮਾਏ ਵਸਾਏ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ ਝੂਠ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੋਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਝੂਠ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਖਤ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਸੂਚਾ ਹੋਵੇਗਾ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਕਿਤਨਾ ਹੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਾਲ ਨਹਾਵੇ ਮਿੱਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਸਰੀਰ ਮਾਂਜੇ doesn't mean ਸੱਚਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ So without going to the sanctuary of Guru Sahib Ji and meditating on Naam, how can one become pure? So meditating on Naam in the sense of repeating it, helping others repeat, obeying it, earning it, letting it reside inside. Without going to the sanctuary, Guru Sahib Ji, meditating on Naam, how can one become pure? So another piece you can add to this translation is even if one was to wash themselves with water countless times or something along that line, you know, like cleansing themselves with water. Without going and doing Naam, how can one become pure? Even if one were to cleanse the external with water. So Sach bina kaha hovat sucha. Like Bhagaji writes here towards the end of that artha. Pave kitana hi pani naal nave. Doesn't matter how much someone may bathe in water, cleanse themselves with water. Mitti naal sarir manje. They try to clean their bodies. Without Naam, without going to Guru Sahib Sharana and japping Naam, kaha hovat sucha. How can one become sucha? How can one become pure? Right? Birtha naam bina tano anda. Worthless, nikamma, naam, bina, without, bina, tano, body, sarir, and, blind, anne. So once again, we're talking about someone that's blind, not physically blind, but blind here is the one that doesn't do Simran, calling them blind. Birtha naam bina. So naam bina, without naam, tano and this blind person's body is birtha. Tamaku, shrab, mand, karm, hankar. So intoxicants, doing putte kam, vikari kam, ego, anne sakadatano, this blind individual's body, naam jape japai parapkar to bina nikamma hai. Without jumping and japaying naam and doing parapakar, it is nikamma, it is worthless. A blind person's body is worthless without naam. One who doesn't do Simran is blind here in this context. Can you say spiritually blind? Yeah, I believe you can. This is where
This is your translation. So you need to write it the way you see it. You know what each word means. You know the gist of the artha. The blind person's body is worthless without nam. One who doesn't do simran is blind. But you have to make it your artha as well, from your perspective, in the sense, as long as it stays within the dara, within the maryada of this shabd, of the translation, and you can prove it through other gurbani, your artha, it flows. So spiritually blind, yeah, I think that would make sense here for sure. Birtha nam binatano anda. Mokhe avata taket tornand. Mokhe, their mouth. Mu, mokha. Avata. Avata means to come, only. Takai. ਇਹ ਆਪਾਂ English ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਕਰ ਲਵਾਂ we'll put it together takai in English. Punjabi will leave it separate. Takai means so that individual. Just roll them here. Ta Punjabi tis kya ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਦੇ. Durgand badbo, foul smell. Durgand, nasty smell. ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਤਿਸ ਦੇ ਮੁਖ ਚੋਂ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੌੜੇ. So even worse than poison, ਨਿੰਦਿਆ, ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਚਨ, slander, ਵਿਕਾਰ, dialogues of these, ਜਗਤ ਝੂਠ ਨਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਦੀ, intoxicants, ਵਿਸ਼ਟਾ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਭੈੜੀ, ਬਦਬੂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ. The smell that comes out of them is like that. So the foul smell of slander, the foul smell of vikar and intoxicants arise from their mouth. Mukhe avatata ka durgandh. Who are we talking about? We are talking about Birthanam Binatano Anda. So the ones without nam. Mukhe avatata ka durgandh. Beno simran. Deno rane bretha behai. So beno, Simran. Beno without. Bina. Simran. Simran. Deno. Day. Rene. Night. Bretha. Worthless. Nikamme. Bihai means passes or guzarde. So day and night, they pass in vain. Beno Simran. So Beno Simran, Deno Rane Bretha Bihai. Without Simran, Deno day and night, Bretha Bihai. Worthless passes. Nikamme guzarde. Din raat. With what? Beno Simran, without Simran. And then Maharaj compares it to something, which we'll talk about in the next line. So we won't write the arth here. We'll write arth for this line and the next line together. Megh bina jo kheti jaye. Megh, clouds. Or Bhagaji translate this as Baddal di Varkha, rain from clouds. So you know what? I'll change this as well. According to Bhagaji's translation, rain from clouds. It's Megh, rain from clouds. Baddal di Varkha. Megh. Varsa Megh o Sakhi. Are pahone aaye. A guest has come to my house. Kare pahone aaye. Meaning Nam has come to reside within my heart. Kare pahone aaye. Varsa Megh o Sakhi. Hey Sakhi, hey my friend. Varsa Megh, rain is falling. A guest has come to my house, meaning Nam Ras is falling. Nam Ras is pervading everywhere. My cells are alive. My body is alive in the Rasa, in Nam Rasa. Nam has come to reside within my heart. Varsa Megh Sakhi Kara Pahona. So Megh, rain from clouds. Beno, Bena, without. Jill, like, Jime. Kheti. Kheti, you guys know what kheti means. Kheti badi. Kheti, or doing kheti, crops, growing crops. Jai means goes away. Jan, right? So I'll write in English first. So Megh bina jo kheti jai. Just as crops without rainwater get ruined, without Simran, day and night pass in vain. Right? So we just connected two of them together. So this one, Megh bina jo kheti jai, just as crops without rainwater get ruined, Beno Simran, deno rane bretha behai. Without Simran, day and night pass in birtha, in vain. They're worthless. And then I'll write in Punjabi here. So ਜਿਵੇਂ ਬੀਜੀ ਖੇਤੀ ਬੱਦਲ ਦੀ ਵਰਖਾ ਬਿਨਾ ਸੜ ਬਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਿਵੇਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਪ੍ਰੇਮਾ ਭਗਤੀ ਨਾਮ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਨਿਸ਼ਕਾਮ ਸੇਵਾ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ ਸਾਖ ਦੇ ਦਿਨ ਰਾਤ ਨਿਕੰਮੇ ਗੁਜ਼ਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਨਸ਼ੇ ਕੁਕਰਮ ਕਲੱਬਾਂ ਚ ਨਾਚ ਚੋਰੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਜੋ ਜੀਵ ਨੂੰ ਬਲਣਾ ਸਰਪ ਜੈਸੇ ਅਰ ਜਾਰੀ so without ਸਿਮਰਨ life is like that of a snake Navakhandan ko Raj Kamavego Anta Chalego Hari. And then Maharaj says, even though you might be able to rule all 9 continents, Navakhandan ko Raj Kamavego Kamave, you might be able to earn kingdom of everything. Anta Chalego Hari. At the end, Ante
चलेगो, you'll leave. Hari, you'll lose and leave. Meno Simran, जैसे सर्प आर जारी, त्यों जीव है साकत नाम बेसारी. गोविंद भजन में बरेथे सब काम. So just as crops without rainwater get ruined, without Simran, day and night pass in vain. Govind. Govind. Govind bhajan beno brethe sab kaam. Govind. Vaheguru Ji. Govind. Bhajan. Simran. Beno. Bina. Without. Brethe. Worthless. Nikamme. Sab. All. Kam. Work. Come. Right? So Govind Bhajan Beno. Without Govind's Bhajan, Birthe Sab Kam, all work is Birthe, is worthless, is Nikamme, is fruitless. So Govind Bhajan Beno Birthe Sab Kam. Once again, we're going to do the next two lines together. Maharaj compares it to something else in the next line. Jyo, like. So Jyo, just like. So like, Jeme, Kirpan, a person who is cheap, cheapskate, conjuice, Kirpan, a person who is cheap. Ke, of, or they. Nirarat. Nirarat means something that's of no use. Vyartha. Dam, dam means damade, paise, money, dam. Jo kirpan ke nirarat dam. Just like a kirpan's dam, money is of no use. Just like a cheapskate's money is of no use. So here we'll write in English first. So just like a cheapskate's money is useless, without Simran, all work is fruitless. Right? So Govind Bhajan Beno Brethe Sab Kam. All calm without Govind Bhajan, which is Simran. All calm is Birthe, is worthless, is fruitless. How? Jo kirpan ke nirah dam. Just like the dams of a kirpan. Just like the money of a cheapskate. ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕੰਜੂਸ ਦੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਵਿਅਰਥ ਹਨ, ਉਸ ਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੇ, ਤਿਵੇਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਬਿਨੋ ਸਿਮਰਨਹੀਨ ਸਾਕਤ ਦੇ ਸਭ ਕਾਮ ਨਿਕੰਮੇ ਮਹਾਪਾਪ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਰੂਪ ਹਨ. So you can do whatever you want in this world. You can be, like Mara says, you can can own the 9 continents. You can have all the wealth in the world. You can have all the riches of the world. You can have the houses and the luxuries of the world. But without Simran, it's all fruit. It's all worthless. It's like a dream. You're enjoying it here, but you're going to wake up one day and it's not going to be there. It's like, did you really enjoy anything? It's fruitless. It's worthless. Just like a person who has money but can't spend that money. Just like a person who's cheap. Their money is useless. They just put it in the bank and then they die off. Or whatever they decide to do with it. Tane te jana jeh kate basyo harenao. Once again, even this line we'll do with the next line. Tane means great. Tane. Te jana, te, those, oho, or them. It's out of respect writing it like Bahuvachan, them. Te means them. Jan, Pagata, lovers of Vaheguru, devotees. Jeha, within whose, in whose, Jenade, Jeha, Jes. What are we talking about? We're talking about Kata. In whose Kat, in whose heart. Kat means heart, but Kat also means each particle. Remember from where they were? Don't say when we did those translations. Kata, was it Kata mein har you was it? No, something about काट के अंतर की जानत है ना भले बुरे की पीर पहचानत. I believe that's where it comes from. We use this word I believe more than once in Chopesai we translated this. So kata means heart, but kata kinka, each little particle. Like here Pagaji writes rede means heart. Then he also writes rom, each little cell within the body, each rom. Where we have our hair standing on our arms and everywhere throughout our bodies, little hairs. Each of those little cells, each little cell. And then internally too, like each little cell within, like you look at our hands, and then within our hands, all those cells within our veins, within the blood, within the bone structure, rom, each little particle. Kate. So jeha in whose jinade kate, heart particle. Basyo means resides or vasa rahe. What are we talking about? Hare now. Vaheguru now. Naam. Gurbani ji. Tane te jana jeha kate basyo hare now.
right? Tane tane te janja hakate base hare nao. Nanak. Nanak tak hai, bale bale jao. Nanak Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. Guru Arjano Sacho Sirjan Har. Gur Arjano Sacho Sirjan Hara. So just in other words, Punjabi Pasha Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. Ta ka tinna. Ta ka in English we'll do together. And we'll just write to them. Ta ka. Bale, sacrifice. Punjabi ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਲਿਹਾਰ ਜਾਓ ਜਾਓ means ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜਾਓ means goes or to go. So putting these two together, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji is stating, those bhagats are great in whose heart or in whose each particle Naam resides. I am a Nanak Taka Bale Bale Jao. I am a sacrifice to them, right? So Tane Tane Te Janje Hakate Base Haranam. They are Tan, Jehakate, in whose heart they are great, in whose heart are those Jans, those Pagats, those lovers, those devotees, in whose heart Baseo Hare now, Naam resides. Nanak Taka Bale Bale Jao, I'm a sacrifice to them. So Punjabi ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਰ ਪੂਜਨੀਕ ਧੰਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਸਾਚੋ ਸਿਰਜਣਹਾਰਾ ਜੀ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ। ਉਹ ਜਨ ਭਗਤ ਜਨ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਹਨ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਭਗਤ ਉਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਹਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਚ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਮ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਵਸ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ। Right? So ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ talking about ਚੌਥੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ talking about ਤੀਜੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ talking about Guru Angad Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji talking about Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj. Talking about all the bhagats, all the six that are the Abhyasis that like Baba Buddha Sahib Ji and them. So ਉਹ ਭਗਤ ਉਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਹਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਚ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਮ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਵਸ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ। ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸ ਤਿਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਰਬਾਨ ਬਲਿਹਾਰ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ saying I'm a sacrifice to those individuals. ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀ upon your guru, I'm a kurbani upon my guru. Atam chine paramarang mani. I've seen my soul. I've touched my soul, seen it, felt my soul. Paramarang mani, and I've enjoyed the most highest, the param love. I enjoyed it. Satguru apane ko kurbani. I'm a sacrifice over such a guru that gave me this state. अपने सतगुर कह बलिहार है आगे सुख पाछे सुख सहजा घरे आनंद हमारा. Sacrifice over such a guru. Aage sukh, even going forward there's going to be sukh. Pache sukh sahaja, behind me there is sukh. In such a state of saj and ease, kare ananda hamara, inside my house is full of ananda. नारायण नरपाते नमस्कार है ऐसे गुरु को bale bale जाइए आप मोक्त मोहित I'm a sacrifice to such a guru that's आप मोक्त, that is free, that is salvated themselves mohitare, and helps me swim across this world ocean. So Nanak taka bale bale jao. Those bhagats are great, Panjapashi is saying, in whose heart a Naam resides. I'm a sacrifice to them. And so that's the session for today.
Rahata Varakachwa Varkamavata. We'll get into that next week. Gurprasad 47, 2 more Podiya, and wow, we are moving along. It's nice seeing you guys. Like I'm looking at the names, and it's like the same people, like a lot of similar names coming out. Beautiful to see the consistency. You guys are keeping up. Hopefully the ratings keeping up. And another thing, hopefully this second section, what do these lines mean to me? You guys have some reflective time as well, and write in this section. It will be very interesting. 5-6 years down the road, when you look back at your documents and your notes, and you see where life was at that particular time for you. I just think it's such a cool work piece that you guys have, man. And yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate you guys. Until next time. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Hey Guru Pyare, Waheguru, 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 Saloko Dinaharo Prabh Chode Kai Lagahe Anaswai Nanak Kahu Nasije Vinona Veh Pate Jai Astpadi दस वस्तु ले पाछै पावै एक बस तो कारण बेखोट गवावै एक भी न दे दस भी हिर ले तो मूड़ा कहो कहा करे जैसो ठाकुर स्यो नाही चारा ताको कीजै सत नमस्कारा जाकै मन लागा प्रभु मीठा सर्ब सुख ताहू मन बूठा जैसो जन अपना हुक्म मनाया सर्ब थोक नानक तेने पाया अगनत साहो अपनी दे रासे खात पीत बरत आनंद उलासे अपनी अमान कछो बहुरे साहो ले अज्ञानी मन रोसो करे अपनी प्रति ते आप ही खोवै बहुरे उसका विश्वासो न होवै जिसकी बस तो तिसो आगे राखै प्रभ की आज्ञा मानै माथै उस ते चौगुण करै निहालो नानक साहिबो सदा दयालो अनेक भांत माया के हेत सर पर होवत जानो अनेत बिरख की छाया स्यो रंगो लावै ओह बिन सै ओह मन पछोतावै जो दिसै सो चालन हारो लपट रहो तह अंध अंधारो बटाऊ स्यो जो लावै नेह
ताको हाथ न आवे के मन हर के नाम की प्रीत सुखदाई कर कृपा नानका पिले लाई मिथ्या तानो तानो कुटम्ब सबाया मिथ्या हਉਮੈ ममता माया मिथ्या राज जोबन धन माल मिथ्या काम क्रोध विकराल मिथ्या रथ हस्ती असवा बस्तरा मिथ्या रंग संग माया पेखे हस्ता मिथ्या त्रोह मोह विमानो मिथ्या पशु पर करत गुमानो आस थेरो भगत साध की शरण नानक जप जप जीवै हरि के चरण मिथ्या श्रवण पर निंदा सुन है मिथ्या हस्त पर दर्भ कौ रहे मिथ्या नेत्र पेखत पर तरया रूपाद मिथ्या रसना भोजन अनस्वाद मिथ्या चरण पर विकार कौ तावहे मिथ्या मन पर लोभ लुभावहे मिथ्या तन नहीं पर उपकारा मिथ्या बासुलेत विकारा बिन बूझे मिथ्या सब भय सफल देह नानक हरे हरे नाम लय बिरथी साकत की आरजा साच बिना कह होवत सूचा बिरथा नाम बिना तनवंद मुखे आवत ताकै दुर्गंध बिनो सिमरन दिनो रहने बृथा बिहाय मेघ बिना जो खेती जाए गोविंद भजन बिनु बृथे सब काम जो किरपन के निरारथ दाम धन धन ते जन जह घाटे बस्यो हरि नाम नानक ताकै बल बल जाओ. And today's राहत आवर काछो आवर कमावत माने नहीं प्रीत मुख हो गंड लावत जानन हार प्रभु पर बीन बाहर पेख न काहू पीन अवर उपदेश आप न करੈ आवत जावत जन्म मरै जिसकै अंतर बसै निरंकारो तिसकी सीख तरह संसारो जो तुम भाने तिन प्रभु जाता नानक उन चरण जन चरण पराता. Let's review last week's. बिरथी साकत की आरजा ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਕਤ ਪੁਰਸ਼ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾਸਤਕ ਪੁਰਸ਼ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਭਾਣੇ ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਨਦਾ the one that doesn't come in the command in the will of Guru Sahib ji, that individual's life, their arja, their age, their umar is birthi, is bearth. साच बिना कहा होवत सूचा. Without going to the Sharan of Maharaj, Sach, without staying in Maharaj's Hajuri, Sach, without colliding your concentration with Shabad, Sach, Kaha hovat sucha, how can one become pure? It's not the body we're trying to purify, although yes, this needs to be clean as well. It's the man that's been running from lifetimes, many, many lifetimes. It's been coming and going and being reborn into different bodies and taking on different forms. It's the man that needs the cleansing. And the only way the man can be cleansed is through Shabad. Shabad is the key. Concentration in Shabad. Speaking with your mouth, listening with your ears. Shabad goes internal. Shabad comes pargat inside through this means. Sabad surat ki neev. Neev means foundation. Guru Sahib Ji laid the neev of
Sabad Surt ki neev rakhai. Sabad o Guru, the Shabad is the Guru. Who's the chela? Who's the follower? Yeah, the body can be the follower, but the body's not forever. The body's only what, like maybe 100 years, and it's gone. And bodies always change, right? They call this thing Randeep, and this time it was here before, probably be here again. Shabad. Guru Sorate Tonechela. The concentration, the surti, the focus, the cheta, even transferring the buddhi to that direction, to Gurmat, the man, putting this in Shabad, day and night, letting it stay in Shabad. The man is not used to staying in Shabad. The man is used to running around. It tries to find sukh in tastes of the world, in tastes of the senses. But it never does. It finds temporary highs and thinks it's in sukh. And that same sukh turns out to be dukh. Eventually one realizes, meetha karke khaya, koda paja swad. I thought it was sweet, so I ate it, but the taste became very koda. Did not know. I did not know that what my sangat should be. Sakat sang na kijiye, dur ho jaiye. Bhag. Daag ta phir lagda hi hai. Staying present in Shabad. Ultimate form of sangat. How do we stay present then? Yes, that's the question. Many avenues to stay present. The two wings of Sikhi, Seva and Simran. Going into Sangat, doing Seva of Sangat. Physically, you're doing an act, so your body is occupied. If your mind runs a lot, physically doing something, gardening, planting flowers in Maharaj's Hajuri, Maharaj outside Maharaj Gurukar, anything physical, Pande Manjo, sweep the floors, anything physical, your body stays busy. All that energy that's scattered around, that's been turned into anxiety or depression, all that gets, its body staying occupied. And udro, if Shabd is gunjin, Maharaj di Hajuri cho Shabd gunjda hove. Maharaj Bani is playing loud on speakers, or you have headphones, or you're singing it loud, or you're saying it. And letting that, giving up there. Well, the world isn't a place to give up. But when you go into Hajuri, that's the only place I believe a person should give up. That's where you should ask Maharaj, hey Maharaj, I really don't know. Maharaj, please take over this. Maharaj, please come into this sarta. Maharaj, please reside within and let me see you. Maharaj, let your shabd work itself and let it be present. And let me hear it and let me think of it and let me fall in love with it. Because even this love is a gift. Can't get it on our own. Nor can we, through our own power, do vichar of Gurbani. It's a gift. How do we get these gifts? Well, if we come pleasing to Maharaj. And how do we come pleasing to Maharaj? Same thing, man. Going to Sangat, doing Seva, sitting in Hajuri, letting the Sort be taken over by Shabda. Letting the Shabda work its magic. Let the Shabd do what the Shabd does. And not have the ego to stop it. and not have the ego to reject Shabad and go towards a different thought at that time, letting it flow. So physically doing seva, going to the Guru Ghar, going in Sangat, other options, reading history. Bade Mahapurush Sant Gurvachan Singh Ji Khalsa Pindra Kala used to say, if you want someone to fall in love, get him to read Guru Sahib Ji's Itihas. Get him to read Guru Sahib Ji's history. Many lessons are learned there. Jivan Jach is learned in the sense of how do you live? What should a person's conduct be? How should a person flow in the world? It's learned through our elders, the way they did it. Not giving up while you're in the battlefield. If the Sutta doesn't stay, that's okay. It's not trained to stay. This is a new discipline we're trying to teach it. In the sense, maybe we've been trying to teach it for 20 years. It's very new. I know, well, we think of PhDs, people finish PhDs in a matter of 6-7 years, and people do all this work and they accomplish so much in a matter of short time. This is multiple ages we've been around. We've been around for too long. We've been frightened in probably bodies of frogs and moths and all deers and running for our lives and all that, and killing and being killed. This is just another body. So you are ageless from that perspective. So it needs Shabad, and it needs Shabad for a long period. It needs Shabad for a long time to take over the Swarta. And eventually, the Shabad takes over the Swarta. Once it starts taking over the Swarta, and it starts staying present in Shabad, Sahaj pops up. A form of Sahaj pops up. Ability to concentrate pops up. And because an individual stops releasing thoughts they don't want to, and they're so zoned in and they're so focused, if they do start releasing a thought, a Shobha thought, those thoughts start becoming true. Why? Because the Shabad is present within them. And Jo Mange Thakur Te Soi Soi Pave, whatever you want, you get. But when Shabad is present, that's why they say Jala Pavan Jaibo, it is Sad Bachana Dalada. The waters will go, the airs will go, but if a Sad says something, it won't go. That's Atalada. It doesn't, in Metadani, can't be erased. The Sad's Bachana. Because they don't release thoughts and they're zoned into Shabada 24/7. You could hit them, you could kill them, you could hate them. They'll never release a thought of hate towards anyone. That's how powerful they are. But where does it start? Let's get into Shabad. Let's go to the Guru Ghar. Let's do Vichar of Sukhmani Sahib. All these lessons are contained within this Bani. Remember, when we first started, this is the same Bani. Baba Buddha Sahib Ji and all elder sects came to Panjve Pasha Ji. Ram Sar Maharaj Bentiya koi aisi Bani ucharo that all our swas, daily swas becomes safle. And Maharaj khosh ho ke kehinde, yes, it's a great idea. Baitho this Maharaj in one chaunkada, sitting there. Turki Bani Yai. Maharaj ne Sukhmani Sahib Ji uchare. Maharaj said Sukhmani Sahib Ji. One chaunkada, sitting. And this Bani, as we've known, we've gone through the first to the second Simran to, the path of death and what one needs to do there, to the Veds and the Simritis and these other Granths. They don't equal to Shabad. You need Shabad in your life. We're sitting at a place of acceptance, and Maharaj in Shukar, his whole body been learning, Maharaj, be content with what you got, whatever Maharaj given you, the shukar karo, right? Be grateful for everything Maharaj has given. Right? Das vastu le pacha pave, right? All these things. And this Bani eventually goes on and on and on, and it goes to a place that is undescribable. That is states of Brahma Gyan. That is states of Guru Sahib Ji's themselves. So Panya Pasha, you're chatting this. They're not just saying this, but they're living this. Soon we're going to get into Sadhaka Sangha, the benefits of Sangha. Then we're going to get into what a Brahmagyan is and what kind of power they hold and what they're about and what their states are and how they view what a Brahmagyani lens is. Now, if we keep repeating every day a lens of a Brahmagyani, I believe it's what's the 8th, maybe 9th Astpadi, eventually you become what you meditate on, right? You become what you think of. Eventually Maharaj will give us these gifts as well. So if we think of many lifetimes, these gifts that Maharaj is giving us, even right now, the chance, the opportunity to write out Sukhmani Sahib, it's a gift Maharaj has given us. To be present in Shabad. All these gifts will arise from this practice, I believe. And they are arising, I believe. So let's move on. Sach bina kaha hoga to sucha. Sach to bina sucha banda ji kiਵੇਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਊਗਾ? Birtha naam bina tanwan. Without naam, individuals blind. Body's worthless. In this lifetime, if we don't ayo sonana padana ko bani, only here for one reason, to sona and pada bani. If we don't do that in this body, then that's very unfortunate, right? Hire jaisa janam hai kodi badle jaye. This life is like a diamond, but we've been giving it away for like a shell. And sometimes we live in this state. Slander, vaka, intoxicants, or other things, foul smell of these things arise within us. Bino simran, dino rane, britha behai. Without simran, day and night, worthless. Meg bina jo kheti jaye. It's like crops going without water. Kamla jaoge. They'll get ruined. They won't last. If we don't fall into Bani, this is what we're doing to ourselves. We are crumbling crops if we're not in Shabad. Govinda bhajan bino brethe sabakam. All work besides Govinda. Yes, we have to live in the world. Yes, we got to be great at whatever we do. Yes, we gotta put effort in. But the primary effort, the thing that we should do when we first arise, the place where our concentration should first go before we start our daily tasks. Govinda bhajan brethe sabakam. Understanding this lens. Without Simran, it's all worthless. Yes, I need to live in the world. I need to make a living. I need to pay off my house or rent or mortgages or vehicles and feed kids and or adults or parents or aging parents or even our own selves. But Govinda bhajan brethe sabakam.
The main reason we're here is right here. Jo kirpan ke nararat now. It's like an individual who's cheap and they never utilize their money. It's worthless. Now Simran is all worthless. But now. In whose heart Nam comes to reside, they realize Nam is present there. They are great. Panya Pasha goes, I'm a sacrifice to those individuals, those Mahapurushas. Rahat avar kacho avar kamavat. All right. Let's start writing. Rehni, rahat, the way one lives in the world. What's their conduct? What's their rehta? What one practices? What one says, what one does? What's their rehta? More than what one says is what one does. Avar, other, or. Kacho, kocha, something. Avar, other, or. Kamavata, earn, kamoba. Kamavata means to earn. We go to work, we do kamai, we get money. Maharaj gives us shabd, we jap shabd. This is a different kamai. This is an earning. This upadesh is given to those individuals who are fake and who practice falsehood and who preach something else and practice something else. Kache gorte mokte na hua. Can't become mokta through a kacha guru. Through a guru that hasn't made it themselves, you can't become mokta through them. You need a Puran guru. Anata kala hoy thakoro chadya, you need Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj. Dambi nu swan lai upadesh dinde han. Mathe telako hathe mala banna logan ramo khilona jana. They put tilak on their matha. Hathe mala bana. They have malas in their hand. They could have all this. This has been done. People do these things. Not like, doesn't mean everyone with a mala is fake. No, no, no. This example. Logan ramo khilona jana. People think Vaheguruji is a toy. Logan, people. Ramo khilona jana think Ram is a khilona, is a toy. Sant Pairave ਚ pakhand naal samadhi laun di rahat. So what's the rahat we're talking about here? Wearing the labas of a sant. Pakhand naal samadhi laun di. Sitting in samadhi, sitting in meditation, doing pakhand. Baro idda rehna. So baro, you look like a Brahm Gyani. You act like a Brahm Gyani. You sit there with your eyes closed for maybe 2-3 hours. And you show people this. But andro, kuch hor kamauna. Pav, lukme jeevan ਚ ਮੰਦ ਕਰਮ ਕਰਦਾ. Guru Sahib Ji is giving upadesh to the ones who are fake, externally wearing garments of a saint, but inwardly doing actions of vikar in one's hidden life away from the world. Rahat avar kacho avar kamavat. ठीक है जी। मन नहीं प्रीते मुख हो गंड लावत। मन, मन मीन्स मन, नहीं, नो, प्रीते लव, प्रेम, प्यार, प्रीत, मुख हो, माउथ, मुख हो, मुंह तो। गंड, gand means not literally, but here in this sense, gand means like love, like closeness. So Pagaji does this out straight as love right here. It says Prita. Literally means not gand, but mukho gand lavat. Through the mouth, this individual is saying that I'm really close to Vaheguruji. Like my knot is tight. I'm very close. I love my love is very strong, like that, from that perspective. Lavat attaches. Launda. So मन नहीं प्रीत मुख हो गंड लावत। मन च पूरन सतगुरु साहिब जी दी प्रीत नहीं है। अखां च कौड़ा तेल पा के नीर सुट के दिखाਉਂਦਾ है। Fake, doing fake things. मुखो प्रेम वैराग माया त्याग ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ राम जी नाल दिखावे दी झूठी प्रीत लाਉਂਦਾ है। महला पहला पाड़े पुस्तक संध्या बाधं सिल पूज से बगुल समाधं मुखे झूठ बेपूखण सारंग त्रैपाल तिहाल बेचारंग गले माला तिल को लाटंग दो तोती बस्तर कपाटं जे जान से ब्रह्मं कर्मं सब फोकर निश्चौ कर्मं कहो नानक निश्चौ त्यावै वेणो सतगुर वाट न पावे। You don't obtain the path without Satguru, without a Puran Guru. How do you, and what's the Upadesh? Nihcho Tyava. You have to Tya Nihcho, you have to Tya Vaheguru, you have to meditate on Vaheguru. You could do all this other Pakhanda, but it's not going to work. Without having love of Guru Granth Sahib Maharaji, without having love of shoved in your heart, the fake individual speaks of Vairag, renunciation of Maya, and loving Vaheguruji. So, this is very informative in the sense it doesn't matter what someone says, it's their actions, Anna. They'll speak very sweet, they'll speak of, they could be very well read, they could speak about Bani very well, but it does not mean that they have love in their heart. This love is a gift that one receives from Maharaj, right? And sometimes when we know this, so what happens is some of these individuals, they utilize Gurbani, they utilize Maharaj Parava, and they tug people, they take money from people, they take advantage of people. Beautiful Sakya right here. Maharaj tells us this. So if you see someone that's doing this and speaking like this and saying all the right things, but their actions aren't really aligning, or they say something to you of, trying to take something from you, your money, or taking advantage of you, be wary, be wise. This Gurbani is meant for us to be wise as well. Jananhar Prabhu Parbeen. Jananhar, Janan Wale, the knower, Antarjami, Prabhu, Vaheguru. Sarvakala Parpur Prabhatha Jananhar, Vaheguru. Parbeen. Parbeen can be seen in different ways. Parbeen means clever, intelligent, the one that knows everything. So, Kat the Janan Wale, the one that knows everything of every little particle. So clever from that perspective. Very intelligent. But a being. So the Jananhar, Prabhu, so the knower of everything, Vaheguruji, the Parbeen, the one that's very intelligent, Vaheguruji, knows the state of the fake individual. Sad sonda, sad vekhda, sabda rahya parpure. Maharaji is sad sonda, always listening. Maharaji is always vekhda, watching. Sabda rahya parpur, Maharaji is parpur, is immersed. Where? Sabade, in Shabda. Sarvakala parpur, prabhatha jananhara japa javakal porkha kat de ਦੀ ਜਾਣਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਭ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਬਾਰ ਖੇਮਾ ਗਰੀਬੀ ਸਹਿਨਸ਼ੀਲਤਾ ਗੁਰੂ ਪ੍ਰੇਮਾ ਭਗਤੀ ਆਦਿ ਸਰਵਵਿਆਪੀ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਸੰਖ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਗੁਣਾ ਦੇ ਅੰਤ ਕਲਾਵਾਨ ਸੰਖ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਰੂਪ ਪਖੰਡੀ ਭੇਖੀ ਦੀ ਬੁਰੀ ਮੰਦੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਨ ਵਾਲੇ so they know the halat of this pakhandi, of this pekhi, and the one that does this bure kam. Kat ke antar ki janat phale bure ki peer pachanat. ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਲੁਕਵੀਂ ਪੁੱਠੀ ਕਰਤੂਤ ਦਾ ਸਖਤ ਦੰਡ ਦੇਣਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਪ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ knows it all. ਬਾਹਰੇ ਭੇਖ ਨਾ ਕਾਹੂ ਪੀਣ ਬਾਹਰੇ outside ਬਾਹਰਲੇ outwardly ਬਾਹਰੇ outside. What are we talking about outside? The phek, the way one dresses, the way one looks, their phek, the way one acts, the code of conduct they follow, the way one ventures in the world. What's their phek? Are they dressed like a sant? Are they dressed like a Sikh? Are they dressed like a Muslim? Are they dressed like a Christian? What's their phek? Do they act? How do they act? What's their phek about? Are they yogis? Are they siddhs? Na, no, nahi. Kahu, any, kise pi, peen. Peen means pijana, to get wet. But in this context, it means that to be happy with, or prasann, kise te prasann hona. So the arth here is Vaheguru Ji is not pleased by one's outwardly display. So Vaheguru Ji isn't happy with one's outwardly display. The outwardly display doesn't matter. So they don't get peen, they don't get pijay, they don't get, Maharaj isn't wet, Maharaj isn't prasann from that perspective. Maharaj isn't khush from that perspective. You can't please Maharaj from that perspective. All right, both English and Punjabi arts here. So ਬਾਹਰਲੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾਵੇ ਪਖੰਡ ਦੇ ਭੇਖ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਸੰਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ, ਸਗੋਂ ਡੰਡ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ. So here, Bhagavat Ji writes a Sakhi from our history. So Shime Pasha Ji da potra Tirmal. So Kirtpur Sahib Ji became started becoming a Pakhandi Guru. Banoti Gaddi te baith ke, he sat on a gaddi, and he got Chaurdas doing chaur over him. And then Baba Bidhi Chand Ji and these other sects, they say Shem Pashi, what's this guy doing? They got Agya of Shem Pashi, and then they beat him. Like, what are you trying to do? You're not a guru. And then he left. And then they ran away. So Maharaj isn't pleased. Bahare pek na kahu peen, with the outwardly appearances. Avar upadesa aape na kare. Avar, other, horna, upadesa, upadeshda, preaches to. Aape, aap, you yourself. Na, nahi, kara. Kamaunda earns or does or do. Kara means to do. So Dambi Guru ਬਣ ਕੇ ਹੋਰਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਇਤਨਾ ਭਜਨ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ. I do bhajan for you, I pray for you, I do this for you. ਝੂਠ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ, ਧਨ ਲੁੱਟ ਕੇ ਮੁਰਦਾਰ ਖਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ. ਜਿਹੜਾ ਭਲਾ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਪ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਮਾਉਂਦਾ. ਭਾਵ ਲਾਲਚਮੰਦ ਕਰਮ ਤਿਆਗ ਕੇ ਭਜਨ ਪਰੋਪਕਾਰ ਨਿਸ਼ਕਾਮ ਸੇਵਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ. So the individual preaches to others but does not follow the teachings himself or herself. ਆਵਰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਹੈ, ਹੋਰਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ਦਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ, ਆਪੇ ਨਾ ਕਰੇ, ਆਪ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ. And the individual that follows this path, what happens to them? Avat javat janam mara. Avat, onda, coming. Javat, going, janda. Janme, jamda, to be born. Mara, marda, to die. ਆਉਂਦਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜੰਮਦਾ ਮਰਦਾ ਕਾਸ਼ਟ ਹੀ ਕਾਸ਼ਟ ਭੋਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਮੇ ਜਾਮੇ ਮਰੈ ਫੇਰ ਜੰਮੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਜਾਏ ਪਿਆ ਦੇਸ ਲੰਮੈ ਕਬੀਰ ਅਵਰਹ ਕਉ ਉਪਦੇਸ ਤੇ ਮੁਖ ਮੈਂ ਤਰ ਹੈ ਰੇ ਤੋ ਰਾਸ ਬਿਰਾਨੀ ਰਾਖ ਤੇ ਖਾਇਆ ਘਰ ਕਾ ਖੇਤ he she comes and goes is born and dies indulges in pain ਮੁੜ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ over and over ਆਵਤ ਜਾਵਤ ਜਨਮ ਮਰ It's also Sikhya written here. What should one do? One should go to Sangha twice a day. One should do Guru Sahib Ji de Arth, Seva, Dasvand, Changa Upadesh Sansar te Changa Asar karda hai. सुगड़ सियाणे राम राजे जिसके अंतरे बसे निरंकार जिसके in English we'll put it together जिसके in whom है ना like जिन्ना दे विच है ना within whom in whom जिन्ना के दे ਆਪਾਂ ਅਰਥ ਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਨਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਤਰ inside ਅੰਦਰ ਬਸੈ means to reside ਹੈ resides ਬਸਦੇ and then ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਆਕਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੇ the formless ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ जिसके अंतरे बस निरंकार in whom Vaheguru Ji resides. Talking about Guru Sahib Ji, talking about Satguru Sahib Maharaj Ji, talking about Pehle Paatshah Guru Nanak Dev Ji, talking about Duje Paatshah, talking about Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Ji. सदा गुरता विराजमान जिन्हां सतगुरु साहिबान जी दे अंदर बाहर परम पूजनिक सर्वव्यापी अंत कलवान महाविस्मादा जपा जाप वाहिगुरु जी वास्ते हन भव हर समय प्रगट हन in whom Satguru Sahib Ji Vaheguru Ji, we're talking about Satguru Sahib Ji, Vaheguru Ji resides. So within whom Vaheguru Ji resides, in other words, to whom Vaheguru Ji is always present. So jiske antare basa nirankar, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਵਸਦੇ ਨੇ Then Maharaj says something about these individuals. जिसके अंतरे बसा निरंकार तिसकी सीख तरा संसार तिसकी we'll put it together तिसकी there ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੀਖ ਸੀਖ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ instruction teachings their sikh their sikhya their teachings tara literally means to swim You guys know what that means. Swim across this world ocean. We could talk about mukti, salvation, making it sansara world. This world is sansara. So what's this mean? Well, by their teachings, by their Sikh, Tara Sansaro, the world is saved. By the teachings of Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Ji, the world is saved. Tena di Guru Prema Bhakti, Sarvyapi Mahavismadand Kala Shubh Gana Sahit, Nirgun Sargun Ji di Ekta di Shubh Sachi Sikhya, Gurbani Nal, Sansar Uttarda hai. So what's the Sikhya? There's one Sikhya that's outlined, Nirgun Sargun di Ekta. The realization that the Prakash and the material, what we're seeing is sarguna, anything with a line that can be drawn out of a human figure, a table, a house, formations of sarguna, like trees, anything that can be seen, that they are all one. All stems from one. Kita pasao eko pavao, teste hoy lakh dariyao. Through one vak, through speech, through vachan. Kita pasao eko kavao. Just through one eko kavao, vak nal. Kita pasao, everything got created. Through ton, through shabad. Kita pasao eko kavao. Teste hoy lakh darya, lakhan darya flowed from there. So tiski Sikh tara sansara. By their Sikhya, the world is saved. They swim across this ocean. Tar jande ne. Jo tum panne. Jo tum panne. Tin prabhu jata. Jo, jede, jo, whom, tum, you, aap ji, panne, paa gaye, pleasing. So those who are pleasing to you. Tin, tinnane. Talk about those individuals, them, tin, them. Prabhu, Vaheguru Ji, jata, janya, know. They've come to know. So jo tum panne, whom you pleasing, jinan jo aap ji nu paa gaye. Tin Prabhu jata, they realize Prabhu. We'll do these next two lines together. We'll write the arth together. Nanak, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, or Sri Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Ji. On them, onna. Who? The ones that are pleasing to Vaheguru Ji. Charan, on Jan, Jan devotee, pyare, lovers, those lovers of Vaheguru Ji. Charan, feet, Chan Kamala. Remember, Chan Kamala just means like lotus Chan. It's a beautiful way of saying feet. Parata, came to, fell to, penda, falling at their feet, right? Coming to their feet. Parata means penda, going towards, falling down towards, penda. I'll write in English first. So Satguru Granth Sahib Ji is stating, "Eh Vaheguru Ji, oh Vaheguru Ji, that person, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, who created Guru Granth Sahib Ji, who sat on boiling water, who stood on an iron plate, who is pleasing to you." So that individual, Guru Sahib Ji, who is pleasing to you, Vaheguru Ji, they know you to be present everywhere. Uni jata, they know you to be present everywhere. Das, Punjan Chan Parata falls at the feet of such a Guru, of Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj. So this is written from this perspective. You can write this from a different perspective as well, right? So it doesn't have to be just, it's written the way Bhagavad wrote it for Panjwem Pasha Ji, but you could write it towards any Guru Sahib. You could write it towards like Jo Tum Panne Ten Prabhu Japta, right? You could talk about Baba Deep Singh Ji here. You could talk about anyone that's a realized soul here, right? Jo Tum Panne, those that are pleasing to you. You can talk about Baba Kanhaiya Ji, Ten Prabhu Japta, they realize Vaheguru. And like, so you could write this arts from that perspective. Baba Kanhaiya, you realize Vaheguru and everything. That's what he said to, that's my Pasha. You say, why you, the sects complain and they're like, why you giving water to the enemies? Like, I don't see anyone but you. All I see is a Kal Purkh and everything. So you could take it from that perspective. Jo Tum Panne, those that are pleasing to you. Tin Pravjata, Baba Kanhaiya Ji ne thanu janiya, that they see Vaheguru Ji everywhere. Nanak on jana, so Panjme Pasha is saying, Charan Prata, I fall to their feet of such Mahan Hastiyan, of such saints, of such Mahapurushes as Baba Kanhaiya Ji. Right? You can take it from that perspective. So this is just written from one perspective, but for Panjme Pasha Ji, just as remembering their Shahidi and all that they've sacrificed, but you can write it from any perspective. So Punjabi, Vaheguru Satguru Granth Sahib Ji ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ, ਜ਼ਾਲਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਘੋਰ ਭਿਆਨਕ ਜ਼ੁਲਮ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪੰਜਾਂ ਜੀ ਉਬਲਦੀ ਦੇਗ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ, ਮਹਾਕਸ਼ਟ ਭੁੱਖ ਨੀਂਦਰਾ ਤਰੇਹ ਸਹਾਰੀ, ਮਹਾਨ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀ ਕੀਤੀ, ਸੰਸਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਬਖਸ਼ੇ। ਇਸ ਲਈ ਹੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, ਜੋ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਸਨਮੁਖ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪੰਜਾਂ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਭਾ ਗਏ, they become pleasing to you, Vaheguru Ji. Tinnah ne aap ji nu sarvyapi japa jap jaaniya. They realize you to be a japa jap. That's everywhere. That's pervading everywhere. Dasan das, ona gurmukh pyare, Satguru Sahib Mahalle Panjve Ji to, such gurmukh, they are those, like such gurmukhs they are Panjve Pasha Ji. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਿੱਠੇ ਸੱਚੇ ਸੁੱਚੇ ਚਰਨ ਕਮਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ। I fall at their sweet, truthful, pure, high feet. ਵਾਹ, ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਮਹੱਲੇ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ। So this is now, here's the secondary, another arth. Hey Satguru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj Ji, now this is talking towards tum, jo tum panne, Guru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj Ji, jo gurmukh sanmukh aap ji nu paa gaye. Those gurmukhs that are pleasing to you, ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਸਰੂਪ ਜਾਣ ਲਿਆ ਹੈ। They realize you to be the form of Vaheguru. Hey Guru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj Ji, those six that are pleasing to you, those about Mahapurushes that are pleasing to you, they realize you to be Prabhu, to the form of Vaheguru Ji. Right? Third up, Vaheguru Ji jaan le han. Or just straight Vaheguru Ji. Jo tum pane, they realize Vaheguru Ji, or they realize Satguru Sahib Ji to be Vaheguru Ji, or they just realize Vaheguru Ji straight. So ऐसे बंद कटाउण वाले, talking about Bhai Mani Singh Ji here, दुख भुख मारा सहार के सबर शुक्र दे प्याले पीण वाले, even dealing with all that, still staying in sabr and shukr and being thankful for everything. जो गुरसेवक ਹਨ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਿੱਠੇ ਸੱਚੇ ਸੁੱਚੇ ਚਰਨ ਕਮਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। Yatha. The yatha for this. And remember, guys, yatha just means proof. This is the proof for the line, for the translation that just happened. Yatha. Saat tere ki charni pao nanak hai mane eho anara. So once again, you could write this from the perspective of Punjabi, or you could just write it straight from those individuals who are pleasing to you, have known you to be everywhere, Vaheguru Ji, or Guru Sahib Ji have known Guru Sahib Ji to be Vaheguru Ji. Das falls at the feet of such Gurseks. So write it from that perspective as well. Jo tum bhane tin prabhu jata, nanak un jan charan prata. All right, guys. That's this week's. And this next week will be the last week for this Astpadi. Then following week, Mara Kirpa, Mara Satta, we'll start the next one. Moving along. Man, all this information, all this beautiful information. Mara Kirpa.
Shatnam Kotai Puram Nirvana Akar Murate Ajani Satam Prasad Japa Adi Satya Jagad Satya Happy Satya Nanak Hosi Satya Ek Onkar Satnam Karta Puram Nirvana Akar Murate Ajani Satam Prasad Japa Adi Satya Jagad Satya Happy Satya Nanak Hosi Satya Salo ਦੇਨ ਹਾਰੋ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਛੋੜ ਕੇ ਲਾਗਹਿ ਆਨ ਸਵਾਏ ਨਾਨਕ ਕਹੂੰ ਨ ਸੀਜਈ ਬਿਨੋ ਨਾਵੈ ਪਤ ਜਾਇ ਅਸਟ ਪਦੀ ਦਸ ਵਸਤੂ ਲੈ ਪਾਛੈ ਪਾਵੈ ਏਕ ਬਸ ਤੋ ਕਾਰਨ ਬਿਖੋਟ ਗਵਾਵੈ ਏਕ ਭੀ ਨ ਦੇ ਇਹ 10 ਭੀਹਰ ਲੈ ਤੋ ਮੂੜਾ कहो कहा करे जैसो ठाकुर से नाही चारा ताको की जय सद नमस्कारा जाके मन लागा प्रभु मीठा सर्व सुख ताहू मन बूठा जैसो जन अपना हुक्म मनाया सर्व थोक नानक तेने पाया अघनत साहो अपनी दे रासे खात पीत बरद अनद उलास अपनी अमान का छो बहुरे साहो ले अज्ञानी माने रोसो करे अपनी प्रतीत आप ही खोवै बहुरे उसका विश्वास न होवै जिसकी बस तो तिस आगे राखै प्रभु की आज्ञा मानै माथै ਉਸਤੇ ਚੌਗੁਣ ਕਰੈ ਨਿਹਾਲੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਾਹਿਬੋ ਸਦਾ ਦਇਆਲੋ ਅਨੇਕ ਭਾਂਤ ਮਾਇਆ ਕੇ ਹੇਤ ਸਰ ਪਰ ਹੋਵਤ ਜਾਨੋ ਅਨੇਤ ਬਿਰਖ ਕੀ ਛਾਇਆ ਸਿਓ ਰੰਗ ਉਲਾਵੈ ਉਹ ਬਿਨ ਸਹਿ ਉਹ ਮਨ ਪਛੁਤਾਵੈ ਜੋ ਦੀਸੈ ਸੋ ਚਾਲਨ ਹਾਰੋ ਲਪਟ ਰਹਿਓ ਤਹ ਅੰਧ ਅੰਧਾਰੋ ਬਟਾਉ ਸਿਓ ਜੋ ਲਾਵੈ ਨੇਹ ਤਾ ਕਉ ਹਾਥ ਨ ਆਵੈ ਕੇਹ ਮਨ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਕੀ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸੁਖਦਾਈ ਕਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਆਪੇ ਲੈ ਲਾਈ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਤਾਨੋ ਧਾਨੋ ਕੁਟੰਬੋ ਸਵਾਇਆ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਹਉਮੈ ਮਮਤਾ ਮਾਇਆ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਰਾਜ ਜੋਗਨ ਧਨ ਮਾਲ ਮਿਥਿਆ ਕਾਮ ਕ੍ਰੋਧ ਵਿਕਰਾਲ ਮਿਥਿਆ रथ हस्ती आस्वा बस्तरा मिथ्या रंग संगे माया पेख हस्ता मिथ्या त्रोह मोह विमान मिथ्या आपस ऊपर करत गुमान वास थेरो भगत साध की सरन नानक जापे जापे जीवै हर के चरण मिथ्या श्रवण पर निंदा सुनहि मिथ्या हसत पर दर्भ कह रहे मिथ्या नेत्र पेखत पर त्रया रूपाद मिथ्या रसना भोजन न स्वाद मिथ्या चरण पर बेकार कौतावहे मिथ्या मन पर लोभ लुभावहे मिथ्या तन नहीं पर उपकारा मिथ्या बास लेत बेकारा बिन बूझे मिथ्या सब पे सफल देह नानक हरे हरे नाम लय व्यर्थी साकत की आरजा साच बिना कहा होवत सूचा व्यर्था नाम बिना तनांद मुख्यावत ताकै दुर्गंध बिनु सिमरन दिन रहन प्रथा बिहाय मेघ बिना जो खेती जाए गोविंद भजन बिनु प्रथे सब काम ज्यो किरपन के निरारथ नाम ताने ताने ते जन जह काटे बस्यो हरे नाम नानक ताकै बल बल जाओ रहत अवर काछो अवर कमावत मन नहीं प्रीत मुख हो गंड लावत जाननहार प्रभु पर बीन बाहर पेख न काहू पीन अवर उपदेश आप न कराय आवत जावत जन्म मर कैसा जिसका अंतर बसा निरंकारो तिसकी सीख तरह संसारो जो तुम पाने तिन प्रभु जाता नानक उन जन चरण पराता. And today's the last 40 in this Astpadi. Karo benati par brahmo sab jana apna kiya aap hai mana aap hai aap karat nibera kisai dur janavat kisai bujhavat nera उपाव सियानप सगल ते रहत सब कछ जाना है आत्म की रहत जिसो भावै तिसो लय लड़ लाए थान थनंतरे every location थान थनंतरे रहे आसमाए सो सेवक को जिसो कृपा करी निमख निमख जापे नानक हरि. It's a beautiful definition of sevak. So just going through. All right. My voice is muffled. Yeah, it might be. I'm just on a different computer. I'm not at home today. Maybe that's why. I'm not using like a lapel mic or anything today. Rahat avar kachu avar kamavata. So just going through last week. So रहनी कुछ और होवे ता बंदा कमाना कुछ और होवे है ना. Like you say you're gonna do something that but you actually doing something else. You preach something, you give sikha something, but then your practice is different. Is all to that. So ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਸੀਗਾ ਇਹ ਪਖੰਡੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੀਗਾ. ਇਹ we can look within ourselves and see if we do any of this and take that pakhandiness out of us too, right? So Guru Sahib Maharaj ji upadesh then they externally wearing garments of a saint by inwardly doing actions of a god. Jo vada lok lok ke bekari kam karda putte kam karda. Man nahi preet mukh ho gand lavat. Bhai mੂੰਹ na kahi janda ya, you know, speaks of vairagi-ness, speaks of त्याग of maya, speaks of falling in love with Vaheguru Ji. But within this individual's heart, there's no love, right? ਮੂੰਹ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਮੁੱਖ ਹੋ ਗੰਢ ਲਾਵ ਤੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਨਾਲ ਗੰਢ ਲਾਈ ਜਾਂਦਾ is tying the knot of closeness of love, but there's no love present. Jananhar Prabhu Parbeen. So the knower of everything Vaheguru Ji knows the state of this fake individual. So Jananhar Prabhu Parbeen Vaheguru Ji Parbeen ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਅੰਤਰਜਾਮੀ ਬਾਹਰੇ ਭੇਖ ਨਾ ਕਾਹੂ ਪੀਣ ਬਾਹਰੇ ਭੇਖ ਨਾਲ with the pek outside, the way one looks, the way one acts, the way one is, you know, their conduct from that external, Vaheguru ji is not pleased by this outwardly display. Maharaj ji baharle ਭੇਖ ਨਾਲ ਖੁਸ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ, ਪ੍ਰਸੰਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ। ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦੀ ਖੇਡ ਆ। ਅਵਰ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਹੈ ਆਪ ਨਾ ਕਰ। Yeah, so I try to, I sometimes, well, not sometimes, I bring this on myself, like, if I'm speaking or if I'm, so, even like we're talking here, Mara Kirpa, like I'm saying all this and I'm not practicing. So this is upadesh for me as well from that perspective, right? Avar upadesha aap na kar. So telling others, Varagdi Allah doing this, doing that. These are the teachings, preaching, all that kind of stuff. But then aap nahi ye karda, not following the upadesha itself, himself or herself. And then what happens to that individual? What's happening right now, right? Coming and going, being born, we die. It's just right? Coming in the cycle over and over and over and over, not coming with the purpose of falling in love, not coming with the purpose of seva, right? So these are just some notes, these notes. ਜਿਸਕੇ ਅੰਤਰੇ ਬਸੈ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਜੀ ਵਸ ਜਾਣ, ਭਾਵ ਨਾਮ ਵਸ ਜਾਵੇ, ਭਾਵ ਮਾਰਾ ਸਾਖਿਆਤ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ। In other words, you recognize Vaheguru Ji is within and externally and everywhere. So ਜਿਸਕੇ ਅੰਤਰੇ ਬਸੈ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ, in ਜਿਹਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਬਸੈ ਬਸ ਜਾਣ। ਤਿਸ ਕੀ ਸੀਖ ਤਰਾ ਸੰਸਾਰ। By their teachings, the world is saved. ਸੰਸਾਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤਰ ਲੈਂਦਾ, ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ ਵਸੇ ਨੇ, right? They're one. ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਪ੍ਰਤੱਖ ਹਰਿ ਪ੍ਰਤੱਖ ਹਰੀ ਦਾ ਰੂਪ ਨੇ. There's no difference, right? ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੀਖ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਨਾਲ, by their instructions, by their teachings, by their words, by their actions, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਨਾਲ ਤਰਾ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਤਰ। ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ, all their ਸਿੱਖਿਆ is there for themselves. ਜੋ ਤੁਮ ਭਾਨੇ ਤਿਨ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਜਾਤਾ, ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਣ ਜਨ ਚਰਨ ਪ੍ਰਾਤਾ। ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ here wrote it, like Guru Granth Sahib Ji is stating, Vaheguru Ji, that person talking about Panjve Pasha Ji who's pleasing to you, they know you to be present everywhere, thus falls at the feet of such a Guru, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. So un jan charan prata, aise jan ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਪੈਂਦਾ। ਕਿਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਤੇ? ਜੋ ਤੁਮ ਭਾਨੇ, those that are pleasing to you. So this can be said for sex as well, right? This can be said for Baba Kanhaiya Ji, jo tum bhane tin prabhu jata, those that are pleasing to you, only thanu pachan liya, like Baba Kanhaiya Ji, they recognize Vaheguru Ji and everything. Nanak unjan chan prata Guru Sahib Ji goes, I follow at the feet of such six. So today we're going to do it a little bit different, because I didn't know if I was going to have access to 2 screens. I actually have access to 3 right now. It just worked out that way, but I only brought the one file that I work on myself, so everything's written out. So let's get our pages out and let's start writing. Karo beinati par brahmo sab jane. Karo, to do, karo, karna karo. Beinati, request, beinati. Par brahmo, Vaheguru Ji. Anat Kalavana Sank Prakash Rup Vaheguru Ji. Gobind Ji. Akal Purkh Ji, Sahibang Ji. Sabo, all. Janna, understand, Jande. So karo benti par brahmo sab janna. We're going to do the next two lines together. It's mostly two lines together in this. Apana kiya apahe manna. Apana, apana, their own. Kiya kita, created. Apahe, they themselves, apahi. Manna, obey, mande. So apana kiya, their own creation created, their own, us, they created, or apahe, manna. All right. And here's the artha. Let's do English first. So Vaheguruji knows the virtues and non-virtues of all, because they're present in everything. They're everywhere. They're present everywhere. So one should do ardas to them. Please recognize me as your kiya, as your created child. So if we approach it from this perspective, this way, Vaheguruji will listen to our ardas. So Vaheguruji knows the virtues and non-virtues of all, or in all. And so if we go back to the first lines, Karo benti par brahmo sab janna. Par Brahm sab janna, they know sab kuch. They know the virtues and non-virtues of all. Par Brahmji. Karo benti. So we should do benti in front of them. So we should do ardas to them. Vaheguruji knows the virtues and non-virtues in all, as Vaheguruji is present everywhere. So once you do ardas to them, please recognize me as your child. Apana kiya, right? So we got that from here. Apana kiya, your own creation, Maharaj. You recognize me as you created me. Apahe manna. And then because Maharaj created us, and we're doing benti from a perspective of a child, of Maharaj's child, apahe manna, o api fe mande. They will obey your benti. They'll like, oh, my child is speaking. Let me listen. So Vaheguruji knows the virtues and non-virtues and all. So once you do ardas to them, please recognize me as your created child. This way Vaheguruji will listen to their ardas, or to the ardas. All right. Second up. So Maharaji is stating, Jeda aap kita hai na. So that sevadar, whom Guru Sahib Ji made into their own form. Think of Bhai Lehna Ji becoming Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji right now. So Guru Nanak Dev Ji making Bhai Lehna Ji into Guru Angad Dev Ji. He's making Bhai Guru Angad Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji into their own form. So that sevadar, whom Guru Sahib Ji made into their own form, Guru Sahib Ji recognizes them as Vaheguru. Maharaj does Paj Parkarma, does Matha Tek De Ona De Agge. Das does a das in front of such a sevadar and recognize them to be Vaheguru. So apana kiya aap hi mane, right? Where are we? Apana kiya aap hi mane. So they aap hi mande be Vaheguru form ne apana kiya. जिन्हां नूं गुरु साहब जी अपना स्वरूप ही बना लेंदे ने अपना किया अपने मन. Let me read the Punjabi. अंदर कलावान संग प्रकाश स्वरूप सब दे अंदर बाहर हर समय जाप कर रहे सर्व कला पर प्राप्त जननहार सब दे गुण अवगुण जानदे हैं क्यों जो सब दे अंदर बाहर अजपा जा प्रकाश स्वरूप भरपूर हो रहे हैं. ਇਸ ਲਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੱਚੇ ਮਿੱਠੇ ਚਰਨ ਕਮਲਾਂ 'ਚ ਮਿਸਟ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰੋ ਦੀਨ ਕੀ ਨਿਆਏ ਭਾਵ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰੋ। ਆਪਣਾ ਪੈਦਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਬੱਚਾ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪਿਤਾ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਦੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਮੰਨਦੇ। ਇਸ ਲਈ ਨਿਦਾਨ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਹੱਥ ਧਿਆਨ ਸੁਰਤੀ ਬਿਰਤੀ ਮਨ ਲਿਵ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਅਰਦਾਸ 'ਚ ਜੁੜੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। That was the first step. That's what we talked about here, right? Vaheguru Ji recognizes us as his child. We do ardas in front of Maharaj Ji as a child of Maharaj. Listen to our ardas because Vaheguru Ji created us. So, Gurta Birajman Maharaj Ji ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਜਿਸ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣਾ ਸਰੂਪ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਰੱਬ ਗੁਰੂ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਹਨ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਜੀ 10 ਪੂਰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਵਤਾਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਗੁਰਤਾ ਦੇਣ ਸਮੇਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਚਰਨ ਸੇਵਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਿਕਰਮਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੱਥਾ ਟੇਕ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ। ਦਸ ਉਸ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਉਸਨੂੰ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਰੂਪ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਹੈ। So you're doing ardas in front of such a guru. Guru Sahib Ji created made their sevadars into gurus and then recognizing them as Vaheguru Ji and doing ardas to them. Yeah. Move on. आप karta niveda. They themselves ape hi, them, them. Karat do karde han niveda. Niveda, final decision, niveda, decision, antala, like the towards the end. What's a niveda? What's the nichod of all this? What do we get out of all this? What's the finish line? What's the final decision on all this? Aap karta nibera. So decision, finish, final decision. Nibera. Go to the next one. Kisa dur janavat kisa bujavat nera. Kisa sam kisnu dur far janavat. Kisa nu cheez janauni to make them understand, है ना? Janaunde. Kisa sam bujavat. Bujavat is to make someone else guess. Bujla gala. Bujavat. Bujaunde ne. So they make another person guess. They make them understand. Bujaunde ne. Nera. Close. Nere. So kisa dur janavat, kisa bujavat nera. Kisa kis nu dur far janavat make understand. Kisa kis nu bujaunde ne make them guess nera. Close. आप karta nibera. Kisa dur janavat kisa bujavat nera. So Vaheguru Ji is the form of Guru Sahib Ji. They are also the form of a Sikh. They finish the cycle of sin, birth, death, vikar of their servants. One after. So, second up, Vaheguruji finishes the separation of their servants from themselves. So who should we say? So who should we say they make themselves far away from and close to? They bring their servant into themselves, erasing the conflict of near and far. Well, this person's close and that person's not close. They erase all that. They bring their servants into themselves. They become one with them. So they finish the separation of their servants from themselves. Who should we say they make themselves far away from and close to? The point here, Kisa dur janavad kisa bujavat nera. This translation can also be taken or is taken if you look at mainstream translations. I'm assuming I should look at it, but it would be taken as kisa dur janavad kisa bujavat nera. To some, they make themselves far away from kisa dur janavad kisa bujavat nera. To some, they make themselves close to. The way Pagaji wrote this is like Maharaj doesn't do Vitkara. So how can we say that like, so he turned it into a question. It's like, it's a question. Like, how are you going to say it's a question, right? So how can we say they make themselves far away from some and close to others? So Vaheguru ji, आपे ही सतगुरु स्वरूप ਹਨ, आप ही सिख स्वरूप ਹਨ, आप अपने प्यारे सेवक जी दा महापापा में करा उगड़ा जमा जूना दे गेड़े दा निबेड़ा ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ. First up. Second up. ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੇਵਕ ਦੇ ਵਿਛੋੜੇ ਦਾ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਨਿਬੇੜਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ. Right? So ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੇਵਕ ਦੇ ਵਿਛੋੜੇ ਦਾ the separation ਆਪ ਹੀ ਨਿਬੇੜਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ. They make that decision, they finish that. ਨਿਬੇੜਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਲੂ ਚ ਬਾਹਰ ਸੰਖ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਚ ਲਬਲਾ ਭਰਪੂਰ ਵਿਆਪਕ ਸਰਬ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਸਾਖਿਆਤ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ. Inside and outside, they are present to their sevak. Their sevak see them. ਇਸ ਲਈ ਕਿਸ ਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਦੂਰ ਜਣਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ, ਕਿਸ ਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਨੇੜੇ ਬੁਝਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ. So who is close and who is far when this is what Maharaj does? Maharaj ends the separation of all their Sikhs, of all their followers. ਭਾਵ ਆਪਣੇ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੂਰ ਨੇੜੇ ਦਾ ਝਗੜੇ ਦਾ ਨਿਬੇੜਾ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ. ਨੇਰਾ ਨਾਹੀ ਦੂਰ ਨਿਜ ਆਤਮੈ ਰਹਿਆ ਭਰਪੂਰ. Right? ਉਪਾਵ ਸਿਆਣਪ ਸਗਲ ਤੇ ਰਹਤ. ਉਪਾਵ ਯਤਨ, attempt. ਉਪਾਵ, to try, to attempt something. ਸਿਆਣਪ, cleverness, ਸਿਆਣਪ. ਸਗਲ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ, all. ਤੇ, from, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ, ਸਗਲ ਤੇ. Rahat. Rahat in this context is without. Bob, attempt, sianab, cleverness, sagal, all, they, from, rahat, without. Sabo kacho jana, atam ki rahat, sabo, all, kacho, sab kuch, all things. Janna, understand, jaande. Atam, Atam, soul, Atma. Apana Aap Swaroop, Nirmal, Nirvair, Pooran, Vismad, Brahmaji. So Bhagavad translate this as the form of Vaheguru, the purest form. Apana Aap Swaroop, our purest form. Mana, Tu Jot Swaroop hai. My mind, you are the form of that Jot. Apana Mool Pachan, recognize your beginning, recognize your essence. You are not Vikari. You are not to be lost in the rasa of Sarir. You're not to be lost in all these rasas of Indre. You're not to be lost in fear. You're not to be lost in pleasure. You're not to be lost in happiness from that perspective or sadness from that perspective. You're not to be lost in attachment of riches and poverty, in all these parallels. Atam, ki, av, atma di, rahat rani, conduct. The rahat of the atma. We talk about physical rahat, Amra Shakana, we talk about, Nithanem Karna, Panjapadiya Svenapadiya Rara, so we talk about Kirtan Soila, we talk about Bacha Praetna, the Bachana. All that takes you towards this Rahat of the Atma. The code of conduct of the soul. This is Gurbani ji, Maharaj Daya, Maharaj Kirpa, through Gurbani takes us here. Being away from the cleverness of not obeying Guru Sahib ji. Maharaj di gal nahi manni, chalakiyan kari janiyan, try to reason within our own minds. So all this cleverness of not obeying Gurbani. Sevaks know everything about the conduct of their own form, Vaheguru ji. They stay immersed in Vaheguru ji. Brahma meh jano, jan meh par brahmo, ek hai aap, nahi kacho param. There's no doubt, there's no param, nahi kacho param, there is no param, ek hai aap. They are one. Who? Brahma meh jano. Within Vaheguru ji is their lover. Jan meh par brahmo. Within the lover is par Brahm, is Vaheguru ji. Vismad Vyapak Brahm ji Gursevak ji Chalin Han. Gursevak ji Vyapak Brahm ji Chalin Han. Aise Vismad Gursevak ji Tuniya Taun Jal Tara Karna Nimak Karke Srir Kataun. So remember we went through all this, right? Tuniya, remember it was a fire. Jal Tara Karna Nimak Kar Srir Katave, remember? So Nimak Karke Srir Kataun Ade Sadhana de Guru Ji da Hukum Nam Mannan de Yatan. So trying all these other attempts and not obeying the command of Maharaj. Ab ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾਮ ਜਪੋ, ਸੁਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾਮ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਨਾਮ ਜਪੋ, ਜੀਵ ਨਾ ਜਪੋ, ਕੰਨਾਂ ਨਾ ਸੁਣੋ ਤਾਂ ਅੰਦਰ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਵਸਦੇ। ਹਉਮੈ ਮਾਇਆ ਵਿਕਾਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਆਗਿਆ ਨਾ ਮੰਨਣ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਸਿਆਣਪ, all this cleverness, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਰਹਿਤ ਹੋ ਕੇ, so being away from this ਰਹਿਤ, being without this, ਆਪਣਾ ਆਪ ਸਰੂਪ ਨਿਰਮਲ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਪੂਰਨ ਵਿਸਮਾਰ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਰਹਿਤ. So coming towards the Rahat of Vaheguru Ji, Rahat Bare Sab Kuch Jaande Han. They understand everything about living in the Rahat of Shabad and Surta. Ke Guru Prema Bhakti Shubh Sachi Seva Karke Atma Brahm Ji Sadaleen hoida hai. Falling, so not just doing Bhakti, but doing Prema Bhakti, Bhakti with love, Bhakti with devotion, and Sachi Seva, and doing Seva, right? Sarv dharma shreshth dharm, har ko naam jape nirmal karam. The biggest religion of all religions, har ko naam jape, with full love, japing naam, har ko naam jape nirmal karam, and doing good deeds. It's the biggest religion. Sarv dharma shreshth dharm. This is the biggest religion of all religions. Atam Brahm ji sata leen hoida hai. This is how you become lean in Brahm. So being away from the cleverness of not obeying Guru Sahib Ji, meaning not doing other forms of, jaltara, tuniya, toniya, like all that kind of stuff, all the third Astpadi that we went through, all that stuff, being away from the cleverness of the ego and illusion and vikar and all that. So being away from the cleverness of not obeying Guru Sahib Ji. So cleverness, all that falls into the cleverness of not obeying Guru Sahib Ji. Sevaks know everything about the red of their own form, of their Atam, right? Which is Vaheguru Ji. Jeso Pava, Teso Lai Lade Lai, Jeso, Jenubi, Jesnubi, whomever, Pava, pleasing, Ondene. Teso, Dam, that person, that individual, Teso, Lai. Lai means to take, but Lai Lada means to attach to their Lada, to the end of their robe, to the end of their cloth. Lai. Lai means to attach. Lai Lada Lai. Lada Lai La Lende. So Jeso, whomever Pava, pleasing, Paundene, Teso Tenanu, Lai Lade Lai. Ona Lada Lai Lai. Thanantare. Rahayasmai. All right. So Jithabhavat is a Lailai, Thanantare, Than location, Thanantare, within that location, Thanantare, Andar, Than de Antare, Andar, Thanantare. Than location, Thanantare, within location. Rahaya stays, Samai, imbued, Samai way, one. Tane pete wang, just, like how we look at it, like if we're wearing a t-shirt or any kind of kapara, you can't tell which way, the threads going that way. Some of the threads go that way, some of the threads go like parallel, some of the threads go the opposite way, but it's one piece. So Sevaks are samai, they're lean like that within Vahiguruji. Can't be pulled back out. There's no distinction. It looks like one flawless, it is one flawless system. It is one flawless samai. So Than Thanantare location, within location, Than de Vecha, Rahe Samai. Rame. All right. So Punjabi, Vaheguru Ji, Har Than Cha Sama Rahe ne. Point one. So Vaheguru Ji is in every location. All right. So Sargun Swarup Ji, Apne Vasan De Than Nirgun Brahm Ji Than. So Sargun, which is the form of Vaheguru Ji, Kita Pasao, Eko Kawao, Teste Hoy, Lakh Dariyao, right? Onkar, Sagliyo Tapate, from Vak, from Bachan, from Shabad came everything, right? So Sargun Swarup is anything that we see with our eyes. Sargun Swarup, like Guru Gobind Singh Ji, Sargun Swarup Nirgun Ji, this Sargun Avatar, like the physical manifestation of the Nirgun, right? But everything we see as well is Sargun, like anything that you can put a line around, right? Like this earth, anything on this earth, these trees, these animals, like everything that we see, right, is Sargun as well. So this is the form of Akal as well. So Sargun Swarup Ji de Apane Vasan de Than Nirgun Brahm Ji. So this Sargun resides within the Nirgun. Now, Nirgun is that prakash, is that jyot, is that light within everything. So, for example, we're sitting in these human bodies, right? Like this, I'm sitting right now, I have opportunity to live in this thing, the Karandi. It's a 40-year-old body. This body has a soul that came with it, right? Which is my real essence, my form. I've just been moving from body to body, right? But it's been about 40 years, and I'm having the opportunity to stay in this right now, right? And then we'll see, maybe, when Mara decides, we'll have opportunity to get into a different body, right? But right now, this is what it is. So if this has a soul, now you look at all these other cells within this body. You look at, when we get angry, there's a chemical reaction that's going on. So it's these little katanus, it's these little cells that are popping up and taking over our mindsets and creating anxiety and different things within us. But each of those cells is a living organism. And each of those cells have their own atma. Each of them have their own souls, right? Like the tree, it has a soul. But then you look at all the little pieces within the tree. They're little microorganisms just moving around. They all have their own atma that they've come with. So if we look from that perspective, everything is the form, everything is atma form, right? Everything is prakash form. That means that this sargun that we see, this physical manifestation, is within the nirgun, is within the prakash. And that atma is the prakash. It's just we don't see it because we're stuck in our sensory organ desires, right? We're stuck in kam, krodh, lobh, moh, ahankar. So the sargun is within the nirgun, and nirgun is within the sargun, right? So bhav nirgun swarup, sargun swarup, nirgun Brahm ji ch vas rahe. Nirgun Brahm ji apne cho pragat kite sargun swarup asthan ch apne aap nu aap hi japdya sama rahe. So the beautiful stuff happening here. So Nirgun ji created the sargun, right? So kita pasao, pasao means pasara, everything you see. Kita pasao eko kavao. Kavao means bachan, with speech, with shabd, with ton, with sound. Kita pasao eko kavao. This they hoy lakh darya. From there, lakhan darya, rivers started flowing, right? So from so here it says Nirgun Brahm ji, okay, Asthan ch vas rahe. Sargun Swarup Asthan ch apne aap nu aap japdya sama rahe hain. So not only is Sargun within Nirgun, not only is the physical within the Prakash, but they're japping each other as well. They're meditating. It's a japa jap is going on. So, aap hi japo apna japo. Maharaj apna jap aap hi kar denge. So let's take it from a physical standpoint first. We're sitting in Sangat. We're like, just picture beautiful Sangat sitting in front of Guru Gobind Singh Ji Darbar, in front of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. They're japping Naam. They are japping their own Sarup. So they're Vahe Guru. The Sargun is japping the Nirgun, right? But if we go deeper and we get to a japa jap and go deeper, this jap is always going on. We're not tuned into it. It's always present. This ton is always present. And then that ton is sargun japping nirgun japping sargun. So it's like aaphe japano apana jap, right? They're doing their own job. They're doing their own job. It's always going on. So secondary of, well, let's go to the English first. Nirgunji is immersed in Nirgunji. So Prakash is immersed in Prakash. To whichever devotee Vahiguruji is pleasing, right? Jine manu paga. Yo, you know what? Man, this Gurbani is sweet. Man jage ki nesani lage. I think Mithi Prabhupada is a line like that comes. So how do you know that you're falling in love? How do you know you're waking up? Well, when Gurbani starts seeming sweet to you, that's a nishani. Man said, "He man jagan di nishani," that your mind is waking up. When you start saying, "Oh, this Gurbani is sweet. Gurbani is sweet," and you start getting into that state. So Nirgun Ji is immersed within Nirgun. Prakash is immersed within Prakash. Whichever devotee Vaheguru Ji is pleasing, Jenu Maharaj born up. And remember, this is on a spectrum. It's not like, yo, today Maharaj is pleasing and that's it. Like it's on a spectrum. It's like you got to work through it. You got to work through it. Vaheguru Ji attaches that sevak to themselves. Maharaj does kirpa. Maharaj is the one that puts a beej in of falling in love. As an individual falls in love, Vaheguru Ji attaches that sevak to themselves. Right, second area. Sargun Ji, the physical, is residing within the Nirgun, within Prakash, within light. Nirgun Ji is residing within Sargun Supa, we were talking about, while meditating, while doing a japa jap. This is happening, right? So Vaheguru Ji attaches whichever sevak they wish to themselves. Vaheguru Ji resides within the heart of the sevak in every location. In other words, the sevak recognizes Vaheguru Ji within, right? So, Than Tanantara Rahasamai, the sevak recognizes that Maharaj Than Tanantare in every location, Rahasamai in their heart as well. Jisu Pava, Jisu Lai Lai Lai. Jinu Maharaj Pajan from that perspective, or Maharaj Jinu Pajan from the other perspective as too. So, to a sixth heart, Maharaj becomes pleasing, and then the aspect of love starts. And then from the other perspective, to Maharaj, whichever sevak becomes a pyara. So, from that perspective, Jisu Pava. I'm going to read the second one in Punjabi. Saaryan de vasan da than nirgun cha vyapak ho rahe. So Nirgun Ji in Nirgun is vyapak. Jaha jyot sarupi jyot sang samava. Meaning, jaha jyot sarupi, where the jyot sarup or the prakash jyot sang samava is within the jyot itself. Taha kisahe pukh kavna taraptava. Uthe fir taha there kisahe pukh kenu pukh lagdi ya kavna taraptava kaun rajya da uthe. How are you going to see that? These things aren't even present there anymore. So just Pyare Ji nu, Than Tanantare Raha Samai, Nirgun Swarup, Guru Parmeshwar Ji paunde. Guru Ji, tis nu, apne viswat vyapak Swarup cha, Sada leen kan roop Pyare Sache lad lal lende han. So, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੜ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ? They make them lean within themselves, they make them one with themselves. Guru Parmeshwar Ji nu sir arpan wale, so who are these individuals? Well, they're away from Kushi and depression. They don't fall into depression. They don't fall into happiness either. Har rasa pi matwale, they're drenched in nama rasa. Apne varge hor aneka gursevak paida karne wale. They create other sevaks just like themselves. Just gursevak ji nu apne sarvyapi vismadan kalavan swarup sache prakash swarup sache palle launa pave tis nu la lende. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਹਰ ਥਾਂ 'ਚ ਅਨੰਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਅੰਦਰ ਸਭ ਕਲਾ ਭਰਪੂਰ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਜੀ ਸਮਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ ਭਾਵ ਸਾਖਿਆਤ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਸੋ ਜੈਸੋ ਭਾਵ ਹੈ ਤੈਸੋ ਲੈ ਲੜ ਲਾਏ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੜ ਲਾ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ and we could just take a perfect example of any take Baba Deep Singh ji, right? Guru Sahib ji ਨੂੰ ਭਾਗ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੇ ਲੜ ਲਾ ਲੈ Baba Deep Singh ji ਹੋਣੀ, right? Than Tanantare Rahasmai, and Baba Deep Singh ji sees them in Than Tanantare Rahasmai. So they see him everywhere, right? They see that Prakash Rup everywhere. They're not affected by Kam, Kro, Lom, Ahankar. They're not affected by soul, any sadness, any form of sadness. They're not affected by harka. They're drenched in Nam, always drenched in Nam. And even in a Bajorg age, there's code of conduct, right? They're chopping heads off. But while they're chopping heads off, they're not in Lekha. They have no Lekha for that because they're away from Lekha. We'll expand a lot on this in the 21st Astpadi. So sevako jiso kirpa kare. So oho dam sevako servant. Who's a servant? Jiso kirpa kare. Jiso whomever, just they. Kirpa, grace, kirpa, kari, did, do, kari. ਸੋ ਸੇਵਕ ਹੋ। ਸੋ ਸੇਵਕ ਹੋ ਦੋ ਸੋ ਉਹ ਦਮ ਸੇਵਕ servant ਜਿਸ whomever ਕਿਰਪਾ grace ਕਰੀ ਨਿਮਕ ਨਿਮਕ I remember we've done nimak before, right? Nimak nimak arshri dokatave in the third Astpadi. Amount of time it takes to blink an eye. Nimak, nimak, jape, repeat. Nanak, Panjave Pasha ji, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj ji. Hari, Vahe Guru, Vahe Guru. Panjave Pasha is stating, whomever Guru Sahib ji graced, meditated on Vahe Guru ji all the time. Talk about Panj Pyare, talk about all these Mahapurushas. ਸੋ ਸੇਵਕ ਹੋ ਜਿਸੋ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੇਵਕ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ ਨਿਮਕ ਨਿਮਕ ਜਾਪੇ ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰੀ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਨਿਮਕ ਨਿਮਕ every second all the time ਜਪ ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰੀ ਹਰੀ ਜਪਦੇ ਹਰੀ ਹਰੀ so ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ is stating मेरे ठाकुर राख ले वहो कृपा धारी कोट मदे को विरला सेवक होर सगले बिहारी परम पूजनी ब्रह्म ज्ञानी का गरीबी समाहा परम ब्रह्म ज्ञानी परम परम महा पंजा प्यारिया मांग अपने चोजी प्रीतम तन मन जिंद जान सिर अर्पण वाले जिसो अपने प्यारे ते सतगुरु साहिबान जी ने बेअंत अगंपार प्रकाश रूप सर्वव्यापी महावसमाद अंत कलावान प्रकाश शुभ गुणा वाली विस्माद सच्ची कृपा करी है ਸੋ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ ਪੰਜਾਂ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਵਾਂਗ ਉਹ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਨਿਮਕ ਨਿਮਕ ਹਰੀ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਪਦੇ ਹਨ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ ਸੈਕੰਡਰੀ ਅਰਥ ਲਾਲੇ ਗੋਲੇ ਪੁਕਰ ਗੁਲਾਮ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਰੂਪ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਅੱਖ ਦੇ ਮੀਚਣ ਜਿਤਨੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਚ ਅੱਖ ਦੇ ਮੀਚਣ ਸਮੇਂ ਚ ਨਿਮਕ ਨਿਮਕ ਦਸ ਗਰੀਬ ਜਪ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਭਾਵ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਮਕ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਭੁੱਲਦਾ So, Panjve Pasha ji is stating that he meditates on his Gursevaks as well, right? So his Mahapurushas, his sons, his lovers, the ones that fall in love with Vaheguru ji. So he sees them as Hari Swarup, as Vaheguru Swarup, and he meditates upon them, right? So sevako jiso kirpa kari, nimak nimak jape nanak kari. So Panjve Pasha is saying, I jap those Gursevaks that I see those Gursevaks as Vaheguru and jap them. That's the second art. And the first art, ਪੰਜਾਂ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਵਾਂਗ ਜਿਸ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਤੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਹਰੀ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਪਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੋ ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋ ਨਿਹਾਲ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਗੁਰਬੁਰ ਅਕਾਲ So 5 Astpadis. Beautiful, man. Moving along. You guys know, I think it's been, let me stop recording.